Good morning, everybody. Here from sunny Austria. We are live, and the last round of short course racing trucks is on the track and running. At the moment, we've got Matthew Stokes in the lead. He's on pace after 2 laps for 14 laps in 10:17. So he's going fairly quick. Ian. Yep, sorry, you are not missing the start of the final. This is not the B final or semi-B final. So we're going to correct that as soon as we can. So I'll just keep mentioning that so people don't think that we're missing the finals. This is the last round of qualifying. This is round 4 of 4. And let's, we are on Ian Audi already. So just checking the live timing. He's completed 3 laps, and Matthew Stokes, Fabian Morat, and Ian Audi himself are all on pace to beat Ian Audi's time at the moment. So this is a pretty quick qualifying round, so fairly important. So we're going to keep an eye on Ian. Ignore that graphic as well. We're going to keep an eye on the number 2 truck of Ian, the number 6 truck of Matthew Stokes, because, well, Fabian Morat has dropped off the pace a bit. He's down to a 14 laps in 10:33, which is not going to be Ian's current TQ time. Now, if you go on Instagram and I believe Facebook, you'll, for EFRA is EFRA .ws on Instagram and RC Motorsport Europe on Facebook, you'll be able to see interviews with Ian, or an interview with Ian, as well as the overnight TQs of Petter Hartmann in two-wheel drive, running an Elcon, and Maël Boucher running, I'm not sure, I can't remember what he's running. I think it's an MCD in four-wheel drive. So Ian, obviously the overnight TQ as well. So he had a nightmare first run where his throttle servo broke yesterday in his first run. Second run went okay. Third run, he backed up his second run, and he's overnight TQ. Currently on a 14 laps in 10:24, running a low C5T, and now he's he's over 10 seconds faster than that. Mark Kreisig is broken out on the left side of the track. So one of the possible challengers, potentially for a podium. We talked to him yesterday. He was shooting for, obviously every racer wants to shoot for as good a result as possible. So halfway through, unfortunately, Mark Kreisig, truck is still powered on, but its engine isn't running. So something has gone wrong with that. Ian taking a nice leap over the number 7 truck of Urs Gehrig. This is the fastest group of qualifiers. So this round, the 4th qualifying round, is all running this morning. And it's going to finish just before noon local time. That's Central European time. So British Summer Time plus 1 hour. If you're watching in the U.S., we're 6 hours ahead of the East Coast, and you can figure it out from there, hopefully. This is the fastest group. And basically the fastest qualifying group in each class. It's short course, and two-wheel drive is next after this. And then four-wheel drive, the fastest group in each class, is going to run first and basically run in reverse order. So the lowest qualifying group will run last in each group. So hopefully that makes sense. So we're going to have the fast guys in short course, which is what we're watching right now as Ian Audi goes around the tile section. Or no, who are we on? I thought we're talking about Ian. And I think we're on Taylor Litchford, the white truck. And so the next group on track, the next heat, is going to be the second fastest group. And then there's only 3 groups of short course truck, as Taylor gets stuck in the Armco barrier there. Luckily it's metal, so you can kind of power his way out of it. And then there's 3 groups of two-wheel drive.
3 minutes to drive.
I'm going to start with the fastest group in that, and then the second fastest, and so on. But there's only 3 groups, so it's fastest, next fastest, and the, shall we say, the slowest. And then the fastest guys, the fastest racers in four-wheel drive are going to be out in Group 7, and then it will go backwards from there as well. So there's 10 heats in total. Then we're going to have a couple hours of lunch break, and then we start the quarterfinals just after lunch. So we'll be finishing around 5 p.m. this afternoon. So a relatively early day for us to finish. As Taylor comes down the hill and into the hairpin. I think Kreisig is not back running. Or is he? I see some orange trucks out there, but nope, no Kreisig. Kreisig has definitely stopped. Jack Keatley didn't get started as well in the gray truck, so not sure what happened to him. It didn't seem in any particular fuss this morning when we went through the pit areas. Saw Ian prepping his truck, and it's rather unfortunate for both of those drivers. Fairly quick. Jack Keatley consistently top 2 or 3. Kreisig, quick racer himself. He said he hasn't raced in quite a while, not regularly anyway, but he's here at the European Championships for large-scale off-road. Ooh, as Taylor flips it over, going over the... oh, that is not necessarily good marshalling there. That's rather bad marshalling, really. Just kicking the truck over and then it getting rammed by another truck coming up behind it. Truck stranded under the bridge, and unfortunately the marshal that's closest not hearing. That's fairly typical. These things are quite loud. No one wears any hearing protection. So we got about half a minute left. Let's take it back to Ian. Where's he at? He's going up the hill. He's going over the RC Fox jump. Jude, coming down the hill. Ian, we're going to follow Ian. Coming under the bridge, Jude. Jude, can you hear me? He can't hear me. Oh, probably because of that. Okay, so just sorting out some comms, and I think... So again, this is not the semifinal B. This is not the semifinal B. This is the last round of qualifying. So apologies for the graphics on the screen. Those are not correct. So in order, we've got Iannotti finishing that one with 14 and 10:14. There's no one going to beat that. 10 seconds faster than his previous time. So that pretty much secures his spot in the pole position. His second qualifying run was 14 laps in 10:26, and then he did a 10:24 in round 3, and he's just done a 10:14. So yeah, pretty quick. Even Matthew Stokes' fast time that he's just completed just now is 14 laps in 10 minutes and 29, which still wouldn't beat Ian's second round time. Of course, Ian running his own hand-modified, modified engines, which a lot of the racers actually are running. Ian knows what he's doing with engines. It's safe to say. So, apologies for the little hiccup there, but we are back on it, and we are here, and we are live. So let's see what the chatter in the comments says. Yeah, lots of people saying good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Auf Wiedersehen, buongiorno, bonjour, hello. I was joking with the Swiss team downstairs on the ground level of the pits. It's like I never really know what language to say. They speak 3 languages natively, and then you add in English, and they all speak 4 languages basically. So you kind of just cover all the bases with everything. So we have someone watching us from New Zealand. I think we had someone in the chat yesterday named something Kiwi. So hopefully they're watching. I'm assuming they're watching from New Zealand. So hello to you guys. We did have a very, very quick chat with Callan Gunn, our lone Australian who's here. Basically just started with g'day, and it went up from there. So, you know, as you do. So I hope everybody is having a great morning and ready for some tight qualifying today. It's the last round of qualifying here at the EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road European Championships in Fehring, Austria. We're in the deep southern part of the country. We're between a cornfield and a gravel crushing facility, I believe is what it is. And, yeah, so you can say it's rural Austria. It's very pretty and very sunny. And we have a couple minutes before, maybe a minute or two before the next group of cars comes out. Ghost in a Jar saying, loving the coverage from you awesome beasts. So thank you very much. We do enjoy bringing it to you. In the next group, which is confusingly Group 2, but it's actually Heat. Well, in this case, it's Heat 2. But the last one was... Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's the second fastest group of short course racers. We've got Michael Loeffler, Steve Jones, Andrew Spence, Matt Buxton, Heidi Schocock, Bruno Trotman, Gert-Jan van Medevort. We have Kevin van Medevort in one of the other classes. Sword Lubelinkov, which he didn't have a good third run yesterday. I remember his wheel came off, which is never a good thing. Ian Southey is the 9th driver in this one. So we have Germany, UK, Switzerland, Netherlands, UK. So Heidi in this one, she's out there. She's the last truck on track. She's the mother of young Alfie Jack, who's in the next run. Alfie's, I should say very young Alfie's school class, Miss Marshall's class, I believe, was watching live yesterday. As Alfie did he attempted his, I think it was the second round. He wasn't able to get out on the track. He had some engine problems, but they were watching for the third round as well. It's nice to have live computer timing that controls the races, tells the drivers when to be ready and when their timing starts. So I'm assuming everyone is familiar with the program now. This is a warm-up period. You have everyone has a couple minutes to get warmed up, and then there's a rolling clock, basically. So everyone has their own individual time trial, basically, live on the track. And once the timing starts, and then they cross the timing loop to start their 10-minute run, they're on their own individual clocks. And any crashes that happen during that time detract significantly to their time, if that makes any sense. And we are about to get going. We've got about a minute or so. Matt Buxton hasn't checked in. Matt popped in yesterday to have a chat. Matt running with the RC Models team Most of the British racers are have festooned with stickers from RC Models. I believe it's RCMZ is the code that you can use on the rcmodels.co.uk website to get 5% off. I believe it's your first order from them. So they have lots and lots of large-scale stuff, just like this. All these short course trucks, two-wheel drives and four-wheel drives that you can see on the track today. And if you're across Europe, you're also welcome to check out RC Fox, which is one of our other sponsors, bringing you this coverage free of charge all week long. So we really do appreciate RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk. And again, don't worry about the note on the screen. It is not the short course semifinal B at all. This is merely the fourth round of qualifying. And time has started. So who are we with? I believe we're with Heidi Schilcock as she goes up the hill over the RC Fox jump. Takes that little kicker off of the big tabletop. Coming back down the hill into that hairpin. You can see the blue groove. And she gets, that's the first time I've seen that happen. Gets actually beached on the concrete dome that is the corner of that hairpin. Goes under the RC Models bridge onto the tile section. A little wide there. Up the kicker, keeping it as flat as possible, and over the double, and then around. You can see another bit of blue groove there as she goes over the diagonal jump leading into the double, the second double of the infield over the RC Models bridge, across the iron sheet steel sheeting. Sheet steel sheeting? Well, it's just sheets of sheets. And then over the double and around the hairpin to finish. I believe it's her first time lap. So we'll stick with Heidi just for a bit. Sword Lubelinkov with truck 8. Where's he? He's the next car back, Jude. If you can drop back to the dark green and bright green car. There we go. Truck, I should say. That's Sword Lubelinkov, who had a nightmare start to his third round of qualifying. One of his wheels came off, so just as one of his friends was watching in the live stream yesterday and saying, "Go Sword!" Yeah, didn't get a start, so hopefully this one is good. He's leading at the moment, but just after one lap, so we'll see where he pops back up into, where he stays top of the timing. So lots of Brits in this one, but a couple of the Dutch love their large-scale racing as well. And Sword is very rapidly catching Heidi. You can see her just there, and she's going to let him go. Hopefully, there she goes. Over the kicker, over the infield double. Oh, bad bounce, or well, just hitting the pipe. Over the diagonal jump, and then singling that double there. Over the RC Models bridge and around that very, very slick steel sheet. Down the big step, up the big step, and then taking the doubles, the doubles. If this were in California, or, well, if this were in the States, I'd call it the in and out section. Double. Want a burger now. It's coming down the hill, and there's that really, oh, and now he's beached himself. That's what happens if you go a little bit too slow. And now he's really just honing it around the, drifting around the tile section, going a little too fast now, going off the track. But that's okay. He's not, there's no one there to come to harm. On steel sheets. Very slick, those steel sheet sections. They are cut with lines in them. But I don't know if that actually does anything to the pins on the tires. These guys are running basically one set of tires every time they run. So they had open practice Monday and Tuesday, and then controlled practice Wednesday, I believe, is when that ended. And then qualifying started yesterday. 3 rounds of qualifying. And today there's one final round of qualifying, 2 rounds to count, 2 rounds to throw out. However, those throwouts are your tiebreakers. So Basically, you just want to run as quick as you can for every round of qualifying. And if you do happen to break or something like that, Ian Audie, in fact, had a throttle servo issue his very first round, so he was running very, very quick, and then just truck stopped. Engine was running fine. It was his throttle servo, which had been running okay up until that point, but then that's racing, is it? And something this size, basically every race is an endurance race. Later today, we're going to see, these are 10-minute runs right now. Later today, we're going to see 20-minute runs. And that's when the endurance really, really starts to count. So we've been following Sword for a bit. Let's see who else we can follow. Steve Jones is running second in the truck number 2. He's that red one just about to come under the bridge and into the tile section now. We picked him up. It's got a Union flag on the top of his truck. I call it the Union flag because it's not the Union Jack. That's only for Royal Navy ships. So, you know, a bit of British nerdery for you, in case you're wondering why I don't call it the Union Jack. As he comes up the step and double, up the banking, back down the banking. You see the black lines of rubber that have been laid down there on that banking. Coming over the RC Fox jump. That used to be a massive, very high speed required double, but now it's been filled in, or it's been filled in over time, and now it's a relatively easy tabletop. So you don't have to have massive amounts of top speed. Taking a nice double there to get past, who was that? Number 6, Bruno Trotman, I believe from Switzerland. Yes. Trotman and Trotman Racing Team. He's here with Melanie. So, speaking of Bruno Trotman, he's just popped up into the... So Steve Jones, who we're following, something's happened to Sword. He's dropped out. The number 8 truck. He's not out on track. So he's dropping down the order, unfortunately. We got Jones, who we're following in the red truck, is current top truck in this one. Gertjan van Medevort and then Bruno Trotman. Trotman and van Medevort battling over second. And again, this is only qualifying. And so, unfortunately, I think that's going to put Sword well down the order. He's, if he's got 2 non-finishes, I don't quite remember how he has finished. I'll load up the screen for the current qualifying positions for everybody. So the first one is going to be short course. Ranking lists on quali, and you can see the live timing that we're watching, as well as the overall qualifying positions as they're run so far. We're going to see, you can see that on MyRCM. Just go to myrcm.ch and just click through. Just find the link for WMW Fehring, which is one of the currently running programs. Don't look at the upcoming ones because there's going to be about 1 million of them running for this weekend. The currently running WMW Fehring, which is the name of the circuit that we're at. So we're still following Steve Jones. Car number 7 is our second place of Van Medevort. He's about to come over the bridge. He's the very bright orange, yellow, and white truck. The yellow wheels, very easy to spot on the track. One of those color schemes that commentators and cameramen really do appreciate. It goes up the hill into the shade. over the RC Fox jump and back down the hill. Oh, he's taken the Schweitzer line almost over that off-camber jump. It's a very tough corner, but Patrick Schweitzer, who's this is literally his local track, if you can imagine, coming here every week. He likes to take the shortest possible line through that, over that off-camber jump just before the trucks go over the bridge. So taking the double-double and around the banking and down the pit straight again. It's a very fast left-hand corner. Didn't take it quite so well that time. And taking the, I suppose, the karting line or the Formula One racing line. Who's that coming right past him? That was the car 1 of Michael Loeffler, who is very quick. Let's go to that white and green and black truck. He absolutely flew past Van Medevort there. He's only running 4th. You would think from that pace he's absolutely winning. So it looks like we've got the correct heat notification. The text on the screen is properly updated. So our technical team behind us working very, very intently indeed to make that all work properly for us. As Michael is flying down the hill. What was his last time? Was 49.7. Van Medevort was a 52.2. So Loeffler still on pace to do. And he's not challenging for TQ time, I'll put it like that, but he's definitely very, very quick somehow in the last few laps of the qualifying race. So let's see if he's caught. He has been caught, so he's finished 3rd, and unless Van Medevort magically has a superb fast last lap, he is now finished. So Van Medevort finished in 4th. So as you can see from the timing there on the screen, we've got Jones, Trotman, Van Medevort, Loeffler, Shilcock, Southey, Lubelinkov is our first of our non-finishers. So not sure what happened with Spence and Buxton, but 2 of the Team GB racers one not starting and one not finishing. Yes, we are certainly glad. Just reading the comments in the chat. Yes, we're definitely glad that the dust is clearing much better this morning than it was yesterday afternoon. That was pretty much not good yesterday. It was just really just hanging in the air. But we do have, well, I was going to say we do have a little bit of a breeze, but we don't really. It's not all that. I mean, there's just no breeze at all, but somehow the dust seems to be clearing just enough. There is a little bit of, we can see very small flags just in front of us. The very numerous flags of various countries across Europe. Just in front of our commentary position are slowly moving in the breeze. Got 5 minutes before the actual clock timing starts. So that gives us a little bit of time to say welcome properly to RC Racing TV and control sport coverage of this EFRA RC Motorsport Europe large-scale off-road European Championships, brought to you live from Fehring in Austria by RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk. Thank you very much to everyone who is viewing this with us. We are broadcasting live on the EFRA Facebook page, the RC Racing TV Facebook page, and across 3 different YouTube channels. Red RC, for one. Very thankful to be part of broadcasting on there now. And RC Racing TV, of course, which is where we're paying attention to most of the chat. And, of course, on the EFRA YouTube channel. So the next group of racers,
Start.
their timing will start in just about 4 minutes. They're going to be on the track in about 1 minute. We've got young Alfie Jack Shilcock, Patrick Weiss, both of them from the UK, and also Martin Fitzpatrick from the UK, Lubomir Mihailov from Belgium, John Hall from the UK, Damian Petrov and Martin Petrov, both from Belgium, and Rinus Visser from the Netherlands. I'm not sure that Rinus got any runs in. I think we're able to follow him just for a bit yesterday. We followed both of the Petrovs yesterday. I think Mihailov is possibly, and Hall maybe. No, I think we did follow Hall. I think Mihailov is the only one who we haven't followed, potentially. So we'll see. Obviously, we're going to follow young Sonic the Hedgehog, Alfie Jack, just for a bit,
3 minutes.
and see how everything
The track is
goes.
open.
So 3 minutes to go, and the trucks have been released onto the track, so we'll see them coming around. And what you're seeing is the final corner with the double just before the finishing line. You can see that bar going across the track. That is the timing loop. And so you got the double as they come towards us. At the far left of the screen, that's the last of the steel sheeting, the very slick steel sheets that are after the RC Models bridge, and then they go away from us, down a massive step, and completely disappear from view. And then they come towards us, going over the doubles, and then around this banking where you're going to see lots of cloud of dust get kicked up towards the camera. It's quite a good and engaging view. Look at this. Around the banking. No one going high enough just yet. When someone gets that really wrong, they go completely off the track. So the marshalling position is way to the left of this screen, of this shot. And there's our list of drivers and their countries of origin. So Robert Jacques, yes, that is a lot of channels. So, and we're very happy to be broadcasting to them all. It's all the same feed. There might be a slight delay of maybe a second or a half a second or something like that between each one, but basically it's all the same sort of level of liveness, so to speak. But photons and electrons fired up into the atmosphere and coming down into your mobile device or laptop or even TV screen and straight into your eyeballs. Brian Crawley saying the camera person is doing a great job. Please pass on the thanks with a little namaste emoji. So great job there.
30 seconds to start.
So we're about 30 seconds away from starting the clock on this one. Everyone's still running. Just getting warmed up.
Ten seconds to the start.
And we're 10 seconds to the start. And here we go. We are on young Alfie Jack, who's conveniently truck number 1, as he's behind the truck number 2 of fellow Brit Patrick Weiss. So Alfie Jack running the Sonic the Hedgehog livery. If you look very, very closely, actually, if you go to the EFRA Facebook page, there's close-up action shots of just about all of these trucks and buggies. There'll be more being uploaded today and more tomorrow. So if you haven't seen a truck of one of your mates or fellow racers out there, or any of your countrymen that you're watching and cheering on for, they will be uploaded. I was able to get, I believe, all of the various drivers and trucks as they're out on the track. So we've got pictures from the pits, pictures from the opening ceremony, pictures from the track itself, and those are all available or going to be available. About half of them have been uploaded already to the EFRA Facebook page, so please check that out. Tag people. I know, I think it was Ian Southey tagged Ian Audie, the two Ians. Ooh, Alfie getting a bit sandwiched there. I think the truck number 2, no, hasn't caught them to pass him yet, but it's 3 Brits all together trying not to take each other out, because basically they're all pitting together, and you don't want to be accidentally hit any of your pit table mates. Alfie going very tender over those doubles. They really ought to be taken as a double, but I was watching him in practice, and he just was not able to get the right amount of drive coming over those. Even though these are four-wheel drive short course trucks, he takes these jumps very tenderly indeed. Loses a lot of time, but it does mean he's able to stay on all 4 wheels to get around the track, which, if you're not able to make the doubles and you constantly need marshalling every half a lap or so, then you tend to just take it. Ooh, he's taking the Schweitzer line, as I'm calling it, as it goes up the tile section over that little kicker. So, yeah, he's able to double that easily enough. Obviously, there's no one around him now to distract him. If you take the right line over that last set of doubles, you can, oh, nice little slide coming down the bridge. Just down the step and comes back up it. Still want to measure that step. That's an impressively deep, intimidating section of the track as it goes over the RC Fox jump. A big tabletop at the end. Back over I think the kitchen tiling is what Dario Vaselli calls that section. I don't know what his kitchen is like, but mine is just a lino sheet, so it's... Alright, so let's find another truck to follow. I don't think we've done an actual cameraman's choice, like an official cameraman's choice. But it's cameraman's choice. Who do you want to follow, Jude? Who's out there? Who's looking quick? Who's looking impressive? We're on another Brit, the car 2, Patrick Weiss. Followed him a little bit yesterday. Nicely done body. And no, I didn't paint it. It's just a nice looking body. It's a nice bright front end for old and tired eyes to see where the truck is pointing. He's got running spoke tires, but sort of the rally style spokes with the solid middle bit, and then very short multi spokes, about like 20 very short spokes going around. That's why you can see sort of a edge around the it's almost like a pseudo turbofan type of wheel. Most of the trucks running new mini pin style tires every run, so it does get expensive, but it's the European Championships. You don't want to be moving backwards. So as he comes down that step section, a couple of rolls, so it's not going to be necessarily a quick lap for him. 50.4 seconds. However, he is in the top spot, so he's on pace for 13 laps in 10:30. The Petrovs running behind. Oh no, Rinus Visser has popped up. Where's the truck 8? Because I'm sure we didn't follow Rinus yesterday. Truck number 8. I think Jude's already spotted him. Yes, we have followed him. Okay, so green with the white stripes. Not going all that fast, but he did just pop up into second very briefly. And let's see who else. We'll find car 4. Oh yeah, there's one of the Petrovs. We definitely followed the Petrovs yesterday. car? No, truck 4. That's the other pet. Oh no, that's Mihailov. Oh, he's going very slow. He's about to go under the bridge. If we can just, yeah, there we go. That's Mihailov, Lubomir Mihailov from Belgium. Or sorry, from Bulgaria, not Belgium. The Petrovs are from Bulgaria as well. Sorry about that, guys. If you're watching this back later on, or even if you're not, just my apologies. I got the BE and the BG mixed up a little bit. This is Mihailov from Bulgaria. A surprisingly good number of racers from Bulgaria. Could have taken that 90-degree turn maybe a little faster, but everyone has their own style. This is very, very quickly getting caught up. Well, no, I was going to say by Patrick. He was about to get caught up by Patrick Weiss going into the hairpin, but Patrick spun out. So Patrick will probably be on him in half a lap or so. And there he is already. Not quite half a lap, but half a lap. Oh! As he shoots up, there goes Patrick. Past him going around the step section. So it's interesting when you see one of the slower racers be passed by one of the fast racers, and you could just see where the slower racer is losing a lot of time. Usually it comes with braking too early, losing rear traction, and just not accelerating quickly enough. And a lot of that comes from just confidence in the truck in this case. And also singling what should be doubles. You lose a lot of time there. One of the racers were telling me if you do that, especially over this section here coming up, you lose about 10 seconds in one lap, which is just, that's an eternity in racing of any kind. I mean, losing 1 second is bad enough. Racers that are very, very tight on time, they're going to be within a tenth or two of each other. 10 seconds is a very long time indeed. That's like having 2 crashes where you need marshalling. Just in one lap, so yeah, he's not troubling the doubles there. And yeah, see, it doesn't. There's just the faster guys. You can always see where they're making up so much time on the guys the guys at the bottom of the timing sheets. So Patrick Weiss still taking this one. He's on pace for. He's the only one on pace for 13 laps, but a full lap or so behind Ian overall on time. Ian certainly with the overall TQ position. He's TQ 3 rounds, when with his one throw out when his throttle servo broke. That solidifies Ian Audi, I believe EFRA section chairman and for large scale touring car as well. But he's taking the week off this week. He's got his co-chairman, I believe, as vice chairman. Not second place, but vice. Is doing the EFRA duties this week. And we've got Herr Lammers from the DMC organization in Germany. I believe he's the race referee and race official. I'm not sure what the other gentleman's name is, who's another either German or Austrian, who's a sort of co-referee on the radio mic. So these guys, the time has expired. Rinus Visser has the first one to cross the line and finish. Go, 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 Grandpa Rinus. So we don't have a good view or any view at all of the driver's stand from here, so I'm not sure if Rinus is actually a grandpa or if you're just saying, he's over 30, so he's a grandpa. So it makes me feel really young and spry myself. So finishing order is Patrick Weiss, then it's Martin Petrov, Fitzpatrick, Damian Petrov, Mihailov, Shilcock, Visser, and Hall. So Alfie Jack, I believe that's only the second overall race, qualifying race that he was able to complete. Engine problems in round 2, and I think he broke a rear arm or upright or something in round 3. So we'll check out what the overall standings are for these guys. I don't think it's changed really at the top anyway, but overall TQ is, once again, with 0 points, Ian Audi. I think is the only one that's qualified with 0 points. And 0 meaning he's finished top of the qualifying round. So he's finished top of the qualifying round 3 times, and his one throwout, he finished in 26th. So he has basically 0 points. Fabian Morat, he has 0 points because his best 2 results are zeros, and his first tiebreak is also a 0. So basically, he's TQ. Fabian Morat, who was the first round TQ because Ian Audi broke out. He had a 0 and a 3, followed by a 6 as his throwout. And he is second. Matthew Stokes taking third. Jack Keatley fourth. Taylor Letchford. Mark Kreisig in sixth. Emil Karamfilov. Then Steve Jones. Matt Buxton and Patrick Weiss. So Team GB taking is at 6 spots in the top 10 with 1 Frenchman, 1 German, and 1 Bulgarian. So pretty good showing really for Team GB. So hopefully everyone in the UK large scale Facebook group is watching or will be watching this later on. I understand it is a work day. It's Friday, but these guys are hard at work on the track. Our technical guys behind the scenes are hard at work to bring the coverage and the live timing to you guys. So 2-wheel drive Heat 6 qualifying round 4 is next. These are the fastest guys. The fastest guys, if anyone wants to maybe get out and do some footage, get some B-roll, get some A-roll, some Z-roll, or anything like that. Maybe. No? Just shrug? Okay. There we go. Yeah, okay. A photo from through the heavily fly-spotted windows here in the commentary booth. What time is Ian Audi back on track, please? Have you missed him again, Gravedigger? You can always scroll back, you know. You can you can watch his races yesterday. You can his qualifying heats. You can watch his race earlier today, which was the very first thing that we covered. So he is back on track tomorrow, basically, because he's, I believe, directly in the final. He's almost certainly in the semifinal. Not sure exactly how it works. We need to get Ian up here, actually.
The track is open.
And discover all his secrets and get them shared. Because, well, you know, he is an EFRA official. He's not the EFRA official this week, but he's an EFRA official. So he can tell us all about his engines and how he gets everything made. He's quite a busy guy with his Autofied engines, to be honest. Found out some interesting info yesterday. So it's obviously a lot of pretty much all the British racers running his modified engines. He calls them Autofied, which is a nice little play on his name. I was thinking maybe something like Odd One Out would be a good one. Maybe like really, really, really special engines. Because you got your regular engines, then you have your, your quality ones like the Zenoas, and then you have your modified ones, and then you have your really, really special ones. Car 6 is already being carried off. Or car 8. That's not good. That's Bastien Calares. Okay, so the top group of two-wheel drive buggy is out there now. Car 1 is Kevin van Medevort from the Netherlands. Peter Hartman, who's our overnight TQ, and we'll see if he keeps that. We had a nice little quick interview with all of the overnight TQ guys, including Ian Audie and Peter Hartman and Maël Boucher from France. Very young kid. The last time he was here, he won Top Junior as an 11-year-old, if you can believe it, in large-scale two-wheel drive. And he's probably going to be Top Junior again, I believe, in this one. Sorry, that was four-wheel drive. So he's overnight TQ at the moment for four-wheel drive. Anyway, Peter Hartman, you can check out his interview on EFRA Facebook and Instagram. Instagram is EFRA.ws. On Facebook, you can find it at RC Motorsport Europe. I know it's on Instagram. Not sure it's on Facebook. I think it may be. 30 seconds to before the clock actually starts, and the rest of the drivers in this one is Luc Vandenberg from the Netherlands, Martin Koncel from Czechia, Lars Abes from the Netherlands, Fabian Ritter from Switzerland, Neil Simmons from the UK, Bastien Calares, unfortunately he's broken out, but he's from France, and Martin Leitinen from Finland. Tara, of course, going, "Go Marco!" Gravedigger, the actual times are on, you can find them on myrcm.ch. Don't have them exactly, but they will be early morning, I believe, for the semis in short course on Saturday, tomorrow. So who are we with? Let's get back to the moving camera. We're on camera car 1 of Kevin van Medevort. We'll follow him for a couple of laps, see how he's doing, and then we'll find the car number 2 of our overnight TQ, Peter Hartman. Van Medevort coming around those steel sheets. Very, very slick. I'm curious to know if there are any extra grip over the tiles. I would say maybe. Probably the tiles are slicker when it's dry. When it's wet, I would guess that they're probably slicker than the tiles. We might get some rain tomorrow around 4 p.m., which is right around the time of our finals. But that remains to be seen. I tend to not trust weather forecasts until... whoa! No, we didn't. It's not who we were following, but someone had a bad roll coming off the RC Fox jump at the top of the track as Van Medevort is passing the car number 4 of Martin Koncel, fellow Chechen. Fellow Czech. All right, so where's our car 2? There, he's just about to come down the step and over the double-double in front of us. Our overnight TQ is about to cross the finish line. And there he is. Just finished his last lap, was a 45.6. Vandenberg is taking the top spot from Van Medevort. Hartman is staying in the second position. But we'll watch him for at least a few laps and see, because the first lap is not really indicative of the overall average pace. Of course, it's just one lap. So as the laps click through, nice double over that. Remember, these are only two-wheel drive cars, so only the rear wheels are driven. There is a hydraulic front brakes on these things, lay shaft rear brake, so which brakes both of the wheels at the same time, but there is obviously a diff at the back. Lots of diff tuning black art happening. It's black art to me, anyway. Tend to just use whatever the fastest guys are doing and then drive from there. So anyway, Hartman going around the tile section. Oh, that little kicker over the double there. And it's slightly off. Hartman's a young guy, at least compared to most of the rest of the team here. He's dropped down to fourth now. Let's see where he pops up when he crosses the line. Back up into second, 45.7 that last time. It's not troubling Vandenberg. His fastest lap time is 45.2, which was his most recent lap. So it's the car 3. We'll see. Keep an eye on him, and I'll... he's just about to go under now. Let's see where he finished. Crosses under 45.9, so a little bit slower than Hartman. Vandenberg, who we're following now in that green, is on pace to do 14 in 10:40. That's 14 laps in 10 minutes 40 seconds. Van Medevort in 13 is on pace for 13 in 10:12. Hartman back down to fourth. Has just popped up into second again. So, oh, okay. So Hartman is, he's only 1 second on average on the forecasted lap pace. 1 second behind Vandenberg. So we'll stick with Vandenberg, and I'll keep an eye on how Hartman is doing. Because this has a decent chance. It's up to basically Vandenberg, who we're on now. This green car coming down the hill. It's up to Vandenberg whether he takes... Ooh, up on 2 wheels. Has to come off the throttle and loses lots of pace there. That's going to cost him half a second or so. Isn't that interesting? I'm sure it's interesting to him and all of his followers in the fellow Dutchies in the pits. It goes down the step and back up it. See what he does now. He did a 46.1 the last time around. Let's see what he does this time. 46.7, so 0.6 of a second. Not far off with that estimate. So comes over the RC Fox jump down the hill once again. It is up to Vandenberg whether he takes this time off of that mistake, though. Puts him at 14 and 10:43. Hartman is still on pace for 14 and 10:41. Hartman has now gone just a bit faster, and he's on pace for 14 and 10:39. His current pace, or his current TQ time, is 13 and 10:07. So he's going a lot faster, just like the short course drivers in the first round that we watched. He's going a lot faster than he did yesterday. So we've got 3.5 minutes almost. We're just about 3 minutes 45 left. We will go back to Peter Hartman. I think we have followed everyone possible in this group. So we're just going to stick with the fastest guys. Oh, Hartman has a nightmare coming across. He's just done a 47.9, so he's lost a bit of pace. His pace has gone up to a 14 and 10:45, which is still faster than yesterday's pace. He only did 13 laps as his overnight TQ run, and he's still on pace to do 14 laps. So we are following Luc Vandenberg from the Netherlands. This goes into the shade, out of the shade, over the big jump. And you can see the shadows from those trees that overhang the track, the top end of the track, are slowly moving back towards the balcony that overlooks the RC Fox jump as Luke is coming over the infield double. Comes over the diagonal jump. High traction there. He gets a good drive for the second double. Over the metal sheeting and down the step and back up it. So we got 2 minutes left in this one. Basically, it's because of Hartman's mistake. they are only a second apart on the forecasted time. They're well apart on track, so as we can see, Hartman has no one around him. And sorry, Vandenberg, who we're watching, has no one around him, but he is catching the number 9 of current 5th place driver Marko Laitinen from Finland, catching him very quickly. Hartman also has he has no one behind, absolutely no one behind him. He has got no one in front of him for at least the next few laps. So he is going to have no distractions, basically. So we've got a minute and a half left. Let's get back to Hartman, the car number 2, just coming off the steel sheeting and about to go down the steps. There he is on screen, coming up the step and over the double, around the banking and across the line once again, and he's popped up into the top spot for the first time. So, the second time. 14 laps in 10:44, still faster than yesterday's pace. Luke Vandenberg is now a second behind him. And folks in the chat are sorting out what time the finals are tomorrow. Thank you very much. It saves me from having to swap all sorts of tabs around as Hartman comes over the RC Models bridge. And over these tricky set of jumps, up the step, over the double. And he's racing away from car number 1 of Kevin Van Medevoort. Vandenberg still 1 second, or now 4 seconds behind Hartman. Hartman is likely to end up, unless something very bad happens, and I hope for his sake it doesn't. He's very, very, well, he's basically going to end up with the pole position in this one. Likely to end up TQing this round and then TQing the semis. And does he get caught this time? He's just about to, this is his 14th lap that he's, no, he's still going. He's still going. 14 laps in 10:42 now, so he's sped up a bit. Vandenberg is also still running, whereas he's about to come across the finish line in about 10 seconds. We're following Petter Hartman, though. Let you know where Vandenberg is now finished 14 laps in 10:45. Hartman on his last lap. That is not him that is flipped over, but he is he's coming up the step over the double, the banking, and cross the line for 14 laps in 10:42. So there you go, another TQ for Petter Hartman. I believe he had a slow start in his first couple of runs. So we'll check that out. And we'll see what the two-wheel drive. Petter Hartman, once again, he's got 3 zeros, meaning he has TQ'd 3 rounds, and his throwout was a third place. So, yeah, he is looking very, very strong for tomorrow. However, it is, I think it's is it a 30-minute final? I believe it's 20-minute semis that these guys have to do. So, Hartman, Vandenberg, sorry. Let me do the actual finishing order. I believe that showed up on screen anyway. But in qualifying, after qualifying, the top guys is Hartman from the Czech Republic, Vandenberg from the Netherlands, Kraus from Czechia, Ritter from Switzerland, Collares, even though he didn't start that last round that we just saw, in 5th, Consul from Czech Republic, from Czechia, Leitinen from Finland, Van Medevort from the Netherlands, and Abes from the Netherlands, and then Kim Nygaard from Denmark. That's your top 10 in qualifying. There are 2 more rounds of the two-wheel drive qualifying to go, but it's they're probably not going to. Someone might pop into 9th or 10th, but unlikely. Guten Morgen to North Germany. Hello to Abgastibi. I think you're in Austria. Lots of Brits in the chat. And Tara is correct. You can find all the timetables and the heat arrangements on the MyRCM page. Let's see if I can get a tab working properly. So today's qualifying finishes at 11:52 with the slowest group of four-wheel drive racers, four-wheel drive buggy racers. We're about to have Group 5, which is our second, or sort of our middle heat of two-wheel drive buggies, because there's only 3 heats. There's 3 heats of short course, 3 heats of two-wheel drive, 4 heats of four-wheel drive. So we've just seen the fastest drivers out on track. Then we have the second fastest drivers, and then for ease of understanding and no insult intended whatsoever, the slowest group of drivers in two-wheel drive. And those guys will be out on track. Well, they'll finish at 10:40. It's a 10-minute run. And then the fastest group of four-wheel drive racers is out at 10:48. These times are all Central European. So that finishes just before noon Central European time. We have a bit of a lunch break, and what the race organizers are calling the sub-finals, or what we're calling the quarterfinals, those start at 1:45 today, and those are 20 minutes each. So 1:45 to 2:05, and then 15 minutes after that finishes is the sub-final quarterfinal B. So it's short course quarterfinals are first, and then basically take an hour each, roughly. An hour and 10 minutes for each one. Unless, though, there's a technical timeout, which is basically a 10-minute delay, or up to a 10-minute delay. I think it's, as soon as someone calls one, even if it can be fixed within 1 minute, they still just take 10 minutes. So hopefully we'll be finished by 5 p.m. local time today, but it could stretch to maybe an extra half hour or so. Hopefully not. And then tomorrow the semifinals start at 9. Those are also 20-minute races. I believe everyone, just the way the short course group of racers prefer to run is, I think everyone just qualifies only into the semifinals at best, so no one qualifies directly into the final. Someone feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. So the semifinals start tomorrow at 9, and then 9:35 for the semifinal B, and then two-wheel drive semifinals, and then four-wheel drive semifinals. Another lunch break starting at 12:15, and then local time, the final, the main final, the big show that everyone wants to get into. Those start, the 3 finals start at 1:45, and then 2:45 for two-wheel drive, 3:45 for four-wheel drive. And this is all, of course, barring that there are no 10-minute delays called, which can happen in any of these finals. Nigel, yes, 3 heats in two-wheel drive, 3 heats in short course, and 4 in four-wheel drive. Obviously, various many factors involved in what seem like a relatively low number of entries, but we've seen that across the European Championships this year. Obviously, much higher than expected fuel costs and parts costs and just various factors. But we're glad that these drivers are here to entertain us here in southern Austria. And we're following, I believe, we're going to start with the car 1 of Thomas Kraus. And we'll follow him around for a couple laps. These guys, Thomas actually hasn't even started his time yet. There he goes. He's across the line now. So he started his lap. He's just... Are we on the 1? We're not on the 1. Number 1's coming down the hill into the hairpin and about to go under the bridge. There's number 1. That's Thomas. So we're waiting for Herman and Middlecoop and Smith to start their laps. Okay, there goes Herman. Kim Nygaard is the first one to actually complete their first lap. So, again, it's a rolling clock. Everyone's on their own time. That's not great. That's going to lose you a couple, well, now a few seconds. So Thomas Kraus coming across to see where he pops up. Into the top spot. Still faster than everybody else on that one that's crossed the line so far. 48.6. And we do have a forecasted time, but kind of ignore that until there's 4 or 5 laps on the board for these guys. So I don't think we followed Essa Letemaki yesterday, so I know Talhart's going to want to see Essa get around as one of our Finnish racers. We have a surprisingly large number of Finnish racers here, just like the Danes, and only one Swedish racer who's in four-wheel drive, I believe. It's Connie, who's been having a few problems. Essa, sorry, in that car number 8.
8 minutes to drive.
Where's car 8 at? Essa. I think we're on Essa now. Yep. Going down the pit straight. That hard left turn going up the hill. Well, it seems flat, but it actually is. It does go up at a decent angle towards the end. That tile section very, very slick, even in the dry. Taking the double quite nicely over the infield and over the RC Models Bridge. Around that slick steel sheet section. So commentary in the chat just about the number of racers and various difficulties that these are hobbyists, as Tara's pointed out. However, there are a surprisingly large number, meaning more than one, of racers who were in Fiorano, Italy with us last week, doing the large-scale touring car in F1, and they're here as well. So, yeah. Sven Rodervald, Matt Buxton, Ian Southey, and a couple others. Dario Verselli, obviously, well, he's basically a pro racer in the large-scale classes. Basically runs them all. Well, apart from, I think he did do short course. Of course, he's a 3-time European champion in four-wheel drive. So, he's a pro racer. But, and in this class as well. So, 4-time European champion. Got a few champions in this one. Actually, in the last race, in this race, actually, we got Thomas Kraus. Who else? I think Coos also in this one. We followed Thomas for a bit. Let's see if we can find the car 5 of former European champion. I think it's Sasha. There was another Coos. There's 2 different Cooses that are racing this week, and I think it's Sasha who's the previous champion or current champion actually in 2019. Most of the former two-wheel drive champions have moved to four-wheel drive. So the I suppose it's the extra speed and the extra just kind of coolness of four-wheel drive. It's a relatively new class.
5 minutes to drive.
Has helped with the numbers there. And obviously, probably the costs have come down maybe a little bit as more and more cars get offered for it. In this class, I believe we have NRP. We've got Elcon is a popular one as well. Herman. I'm not sure if Herman do a car for two-wheel drive. So Mark Higgins popping up into the top spot from the UK, but Thomas Kraus taking it back off him. Esa Letamaki popped down to fourth by Kim Nygaard, but was in third. Sasha Kuz, just before we swapped them, has dropped out. Well, it's officially dropped out, only getting 2 laps in. Con Middelkoop not getting a start in this one. So for anyone joining us, this is the 4th and final round of qualifying. 2 of the qualifying rounds to count. Each round is scored separately, so there is a different TQ for each round, or a different timing or whatever counted for each round. Marshall 3 there, not paying too much attention to the cars behind, but got him. As Essa comes around that... with Mark Higgins, car number 3.
3 minutes to drive.
On his 9th lap, about to finish it.
I need the name of all marshals for today for the final before we start the finals in the afternoon.
So we're back with Esa Letamaki picking it up on 2 wheels coming around that corner. Coming over the RC Models Bridge and around the slick steel sheet section. So this is the second fastest group, the middle of the 3 groups in two-wheel drive buggy. We got 1 more heat of two-wheel drive after this, and then 4 heats of four-wheel drive. Four-wheel drive is still pretty open. We've had 3 different TQs in that one. We've had Puziat with 15 laps in 10:36. Ivanen with the same number of laps, but in 10:27. And Boucher, who's fastest overall, and the overnight TQ with 15 laps in 10:22. So we'll see what happens in a couple of races. At the moment, Boucher looking pretty good, the 15-year-old racer from France. You can see interviews with all of the overnight TQs on the EFRA Instagram, which is efra.ws.
1 minute to drive.
And if you're a fan of the TikTok type stuff, you can follow EFRA, which is RCXme, or RC and Me, on TikTok. If you want to see photos, action photos, driver photos, opening ceremony photos, all sorts of photos from the pits and whatnot, check out the EFRA Facebook page at RC Motorsport Europe on Facebook. And there's a photo album just for this event. And if you want to see what the large-scale racing was, large-scale touring car racing was like last week, there's also a photo album for that. So some fairly nice photos, if I may say so myself. That's being positive, isn't it? So it's, ooh, we got a dead car on the RC Fox jump. Who's that? The car, is that a 2? Or a 3? I think that's,
3.
no, Mark Higgins just crossed. So that may have been Lucas Horman. As Mark Higgins having a very, very similar car, colored car. So let's see. I think it is. I think it was Lucas Horman. Kraus and Kuz have both finished broken out. Got a spider on my EFRA shirt. Very small spider, but a spider all the same. Letamaki now popping up in the top spot. So let's see where this the orange car of Letamaki finishes.
Finish 7.
Essa may be finishing in the top of this heat here. I think they will be.
Finish 8.
There we go. We've only 4 cars finishing out of 8, and I'm pretty sure that was Herman at the top, breaking out or stopping, engine stopping, or whatever happened just after the RC Fox jump. Yes, exactly, Tara. Great job, Essa, taking the win in that qualifying heat. 13 laps in 10:34. 1 lap behind Peter Hartmann, but still a fairly good result. Let's see at the moment where that puts Essa in the overall rankings for two-wheel drive. Quali 10th. Yeah, pretty good. And that run that we just saw is the one that put Essa in that position. So a 6th place finish and an 8th place finish for a total of 14 points. So 6 plus the 8, if you understand it. The tiebreaker being round 3 with a 10th place finish. So if you TQ a round, you have 0 points. So you want to have 0 points. It's a bit like, I suppose if you think of it like golf. If you finish second in a round, you have 2 points. So no one ever gets a 1, for example. Yeah, so Essa up into the 10th spot, running in one of the few racers to fill out the car and radio and such information, running in Elcon tracks. Peter Hartmann also running in Elcon tracks. No, Thomas Ryan apparently. Maybe that's why he's running a. Ryan we'll see in the next race. We've been talking about him previously all day yesterday. With a very low slung car, and that's perhaps because he's running an FG Leopard. So the last and final run for two-wheel drives for qualifying is about to go out. In this one, we have Mr. or Herr Thomas Rhein from Germany, Roger Kuz from Switzerland, Kurt Hafliger from Switzerland, Paul Diver from the UK, Michael Schulz from Germany, Krejkart Ludwig from Czechia, and Uwe Dombrova from Germany. I believe we followed all of these guys individually and separately yesterday, so no pressure to find any particular person. Trying to stick with the fastest guys in each group now. And trying to keep cool as well, keeping the water intake coming. Trying not to look at the little mini weather stations that we've got set up around the commentary booth and outside to tell everyone the temperature. But it's we had a bit of cloud come over the track yesterday. It's a little bit of haze that's going to be burnt off this morning. It's 10:26 currently local times in Central Europe. And we got a minute or so before the last round of two-wheel drive qualifying, or before the last heat of two-wheel drive qualifying is out. And they actually have just been instructed that the track is open now, so we're going to start seeing them come out on our camera view. You can see them coming down the hill. This is just warm-up, so don't worry, don't stress. This is just warm-up. Not going to miss a minute of racing action. So while we have this opportunity, we'd like to tell you that we are coming to you live from southern Austria, not far from the Slovenian border. If you know where Spielberg is or Bad Gleichenberg, we're somewhere in between there, just outside of a town called Fehring in southern Austria. I believe it's in the province of Styria. And you're watching RC Racing TV and Control Sport, bringing you the EFRA RC Motorsport Europe large-scale off-road European Championships, and there's your runners and riders in this one. I think we're expected to have about 33 to 34 degrees of maximum temperature today. No rain forecasted. Clear skies and sunny all day today. We have a bit of a breeze starting to kick up. It's going to, that and the sun is going to burn off the haze, which is, there's no haze over the track. It's just as you look out towards the hillsides, you can see it's a little bit, I don't want to say smoky, but it's, it's a little bit gray. But that will burn off in the next hour or so, probably. Doing our best to stay hydrated and stay, well, as cool as possible as it is. Nigel, will RCTV and Control be covering the 1/8 Worlds later this year in Spain? Yes, indeed. Radovan is calling. So the Worlds, I think the general sort of schedule, if you're British, is the national and regional sort of championships are all run during June, July, August, all the big races and stuff like that. So that's why we've seen some big off-road races in the States, and obviously we had the European Championships for buggy just a few weeks ago in Portugal. And then September is when the Worlds start, and obviously those are every other year for each class. National and European Championships are every year. So yes, to make a long story even longer, we will be at the Worlds in Radovan, and then immediately after that we'll be at the Electric Touring Car Worlds in Gubbio, which is, we're going to be in Gubbio next week covering the Nitro Touring Car European Championships. So Nick is going to be commentating for the Buggy Worlds. I'm not sure who, I think he might be doing the Electric Touring Car Worlds as well. I'm not sure, but I will be there. Matt will be there. Nick will be at least at the first one. I'm not sure if James will be there. But yeah, pretty good sized team for us, as the drivers that we're watching now are out on the track, and we're with Thomas Ryan as he comes down the hill running that FG. So yeah, I didn't actually check the brand of car he was running. Oh, he's got the Schweitzer line. Obviously people have been studying that, or maybe just having a chat with Schweitzer and going, why aren't you cutting the track like I am, and cutting off about a half a second a lap. I'm not sure why, I can't remember why Schweitzer didn't get the TQ yesterday. He was definitely running very, very quick. I think he had a crash or two in his third qualifying run. As we're with Thomas Ryan as he goes up the hill in his FG. That's why it looks quite a bit different than the current, or well, the other cars that have a bit more of a rounded sort of shape to the body. These, this is an FG. I'll try and get a photo of it actually in the pits, because underneath the body, I mean, the bodies already look pretty different, but underneath the bodies, they look really, really different. They are so different to each other, these two-wheel drives. The Elcons, I was kind of trying to think of a way to describe it yesterday, and I think if you're familiar with full-size cars and how, I mean, I've had some French cars. I've had a couple, well, a Peugeot, have I had a Citroen? No, but I've had a Renault. But a lot of mechanics in the UK especially just will not work on on French cars. They just refuse to. Because if you're familiar with large-scale cars, and Citroens especially, they're just so funky. And these Elcons are like that. It's like French car engineers just got together and decided, let's make a working but really weird-looking model car, and that's what these guys have done. So there are some photos in the pits on the EFRA Facebook page. You can check out some of these cars for yourself and see. Ooh, as he gets spun around there, that's not great. Let's move up a car to that number. I think it was a number 7 who passed Thomas just then. There he goes around the hairpin. Is car 7 of our current leader, Uwe Dombrova. Roger Coos popping up into the leader spot now. Okay, so with 4 laps under our belts, we can start to actually pay attention to the forecast. Coos is on a 12-lap in 10:10 pace. Dombrova, in this car 7, who we're on now, is on a 12 laps in 10:14 pace. Now it's 12 in 10:10. So running neck and neck with Roger Coos in the number 2 car. So we'll see if we can find that number 2. He's just about to come over the bridge now. Dombrova and Coos going quite quick. I'm going to guess that this driver now that we're watching, Roger, is not the previous European champion, and it was Sasha who was the previous European champion. Because this is the lowest heat of qualifiers for two-wheel drive, which is our last qualifying race for this class. There's only 3 heats.
5 minutes to drive.
I think this might be the first time that four-wheel drive has outnumbered two-wheel drive. There's 4 heats of four-wheel drive and 3 of two-wheel drive. And after this is the fastest racers in four-wheel drive, and working our way down again, just like in short course and two-wheel drive, working our way down to the slowest drivers. So starting with the fastest, going to the slowest, and that will finish off our qualifying heats. 4 rounds total, 2 to count, 2 to throw out. And Dombrova back up in the lead, followed by Coos, then Schultz, Rhine, Diver. Hafliger is not running, and Ludwig not starting in this one. Coming over the RC Models bridge. RC Models, one of our sponsors this week and last week as well, bringing you live coverage of the large-scale on-road and off-road European Championships, together with RC Fox, who has a banner at the end of the straight, just behind the RC Fox jump right there, the big tabletop. So thank you very much to both of our sponsors, RC Fox and RC Model. Ooh, that's gonna, what? Ah, that's a bad set of bad set of circumstances there. Oh! Endo. Front brakes on these cars, but you don't want to brake when you're on the front wheels because then you just tip over on your top, on your lid.
3 minutes.
And you want to keep things rubber side down. As you come over the double, and the double, not quite doubling either of those. This is our car 2 of Roger Coos. Okay, so let's see. Who haven't we followed? Where's the car number 5? Our Joker machine, just going up the tile section and about to go over the first double in the infield. It's Michael Schulz running our Joker machine. Well, not our, his Joker machine. He's also got a Batman painted body shell. So, got a couple of themed cars in this one, just like we did in the touring car large-scale Euros. We had Lightning McQueen, and now we've got the Joker. We also have Sonic in the short course group, thanks to Alfie Jack Shilcock from the UK. And yes, a large group of British racers coming over to represent for the large-scale class. I'm not sure what it is. The large scale seems to have a lot of fans in Denmark and the UK. Not so much in, well, off-road. I mean, there's no one here from Italy, but there's a huge group. Obviously, Italy was the host nation last week for the touring car and F1 Euros, so there were a lot of Italians running in that championship, but none in this one. So it's interesting how the various nations have just kind of their favorite sorts of groups. Obviously, the Fiorano track, literally just minutes from the full-size Fiorano track, the Ferrari test facility, and the Ferrari factory in Modena and Fiorano. Sorry, Modena and Maranello. So lots and lots of on-road racing fans there, of course. Ooh, that's quite a big tumble for Michael. Let's see, who haven't we followed? Coming down the hill, the white and orange car. Number 3, have we followed them? No. Kurt Hafliger going under the bridge now. Over the tile section. Taking that little kicker to see how he does this and navigates this. Doesn't take it as a double. And he's behind the number 7 of Uwe. So Uwe's probably just recently passed him. Oh, and Uwe comes off the bridge and gets hit. That's not great. And then the marshal, not really knowing where he came from, because he crashed behind him, puts him on the wrong section of track, so he has to go over the bridge again. So Uwe's going to have a very, very slow lap in that one. He might lose the win in this heat. And he's finished. I think he had a minute and 2 second lap time, so at least 10 seconds slower that time. So he probably would have had an extra lap, possibly. So cars coming across. Uwe is finished. Paul Diver's finished. Ryan crosses for another lap and pushes Diver down. Coos has finished. Schultz has finished. Our Joker machine. And this timing is not quite kept up with. Ryan is still running, so he's going to actually have 12 laps in high 10-minute range, almost 11 minutes, but he's going. So these guys nearly done, and then we're going to have, once again, the four-wheel drive group, or four-wheel drive class. The first group of them is going to be the fastest group of qualifying racers. And then, just like the short course and two-wheel drive, we'll work down to the lower qualifying groups.
your positions. Your Russian positions.
And as we said, we've got RC Models is one of our fabulous sponsors this week. RC Models with a Z.co.uk. You can find them on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, of course, like all good brands. You can use that code RCMZ to get 5% off your order this week. And as you can see, they have a lot of large-scale specific brands and brands that carry large-scale stuff. All kinds of different vehicles in the large-scale category for you to enjoy.
Mario, wir benötigen
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
I was just going to say, I've been live that whole time, haven't I? But I haven't. It's okay. Here's our drivers in the fastest group of four-wheel drive racers. Patrick Schweinzer has not checked in, so has he had an issue? No, he's just checked in. Drama to start. Oh, wait, no, there's no drama. Now, these guys are on their warm-up laps. It's okay. Don't worry, you have not missed a thing yet. And yes, Tarha, we are cheering for Pecco. We are also cheering for Schweinzer. We're cheering for Vaselli. We're cheering for Boucher, our overnight TQ. Sven Rodewald. What? Sven Rodewald, Roman Walter, Tim van der Elst, Ferry Fernie, and Valentin Puziat, our first round TQ. Some would say possibly a surprise TQ. Why? Because Vasily had a couple of nightmare early rounds. Third round, he was actually able to finish for the first time and get the full amount of laps that he should have. But he's ran a safe pace, and we'll see what he's able to do this time. I think it's just a matter of qualifying into the semis, making sure he gets into the semis. And we got about 20 or 30 seconds before the clock starts for these guys. And we're going to start with the car 1 and making sure that we're recording.
10 seconds to the start.
So just a few seconds before the clock starts. All right, clock has started. Where is Schweitzer? He's just had a little mistake coming off of the first infield double. That's fine. His clock has not started just yet. Goes down the step and back up the step over the double-double. And he's about to start just now. There he goes into that first turn. Good pace through there. Into the shadows, out of the shadows, over the RC Fox jump. Coming down the hill. Little loose. Hard braking. You see that rear end break out. There's the Schweitzer line. Not going full speed over that off-camber hump, but landing just a bit sideways enough to get direct drive to go straight through under the bridge. He's coming over the RC Models bridge now, around that drifty sort of metal plate section. Look at the double and the double. Nice high line there. So first lap for Schweitzer, 41.8, 41.6 for Boucher. So we'll follow Schweitzer, give him a couple of laps. As we've just seen, I think that was Dario flipped over, unfortunately. I'll have a look at his next, what his lap time is for this lap that he's on. But we're still with Schweitzer. As we're going into the infield, takes a tight line over the diagonal jump. Nice line over that. So Vasily just crossing under the finish line now. 51.2, so 7 seconds slower. Not great, but as long as you put a safe time down, he'll be okay. So Schweitzer under the bridge and 41.8 that time. So let's see if we can follow car 3 of Boucher, who is our overnight TQ. He's just about to go down the step now, that multicolored car with almost Vasily sort of color, but it's got more silver in there than Vasily does. Schweitzer's just gone over off camera. We're not going to go to him. We're going to stick with Boucher. But Schweitzer getting the off-camber jump a bit wrong and losing probably about 5 seconds that lap. We'll have a look at his lap time as he's about to go over in about 15 seconds or so, maybe 20. So we're with Boucher. Oh, and bicycles off of the RC Fox jump. That's going to cost him some time. Oh, no, sorry. That was, I was looking at Dario. See, I was just saying that their paint schemes are similar. So Boucher and Dario are going to have slow laps this time. Boucher still up there, 41.292. He's on after 4 laps, he's on a 15 lap and 10:25 pace. Pecco up there in second place with a 15 laps in 10:22. Wow, so even faster actually. That's just forecasted time, so anything can happen in this run. So we're still with Boucher, and that is the car 9 just behind him of Pouziat. So Pouziat not wanting to get too involved, but obviously not wanting to lose any time. So let's see if we can find, let's find Pekko Ivanen, who's now on top. The car 4, it's green. He's coming down the hill now into the hairpin. He's got that green with the white wheels. He's not taking the Schweitzer line. He's taking the safe line. Schweitzer just behind him, actually. So it'll be interesting if we can see if Schweitzer is able to catch up to Pekko. And I know Tara's going to be watching this very intently as Pekko comes over the bridge. I think Schweitzer is catching him. So we'll see Pekko down in 6 at the moment, where he crosses over, pops up back up into the top position. So there's a big battle. There's at least 5 or 6 cars drivers all battling for the top spot. Pecco currently on a 15 lap and 10:23 pace. Boucher has crossed. His forecasted time is 10:26. So Ivanen on a good run here. So let's stick with Ivanen for a bit. He has a very good potential to TQ this round. Vasily is the other one that we're sort of watching, but he's not doing so hot this time around. The Croatian driver, about midway through the lap, he's on a 14 lap and 10:04 pace. So he's had some mistakes. He does want to just have a safe run this time. As Ivanen goes over the jump coming down the hill, over the off-camber jump. Schweitzer taking his same line. The thing about the Schweitzer line is that you go over a lot of loose stuff to get to the top of the off-camber hump. And Schweitzer just went over again and lost probably about a half a second, so he's going to have a slow lap. Let's see what his last lap was. Where's Schweitzer? Well, he's actually running 10th, so he's not doing so hot now. 41.2 his last time around, and he's just crossed under 43.6. So yeah, he's lost a couple seconds that time, so not great. Ivanen still on a very good pace. Battling with Boucher. Not on the track, but Ivanen going 8 seconds forecasted time faster than Boucher, our overnight TQ. So Ivanen on a very good pace to go straight into the semis as he comes down the step and back up it, taking the double and the double up that banking. And you see all the rubber that's been laid down. And he's back up on the top position. Rodewald trying to get in there as well. Rodewald trying to spoil Boucher's run. Rodewald on a 15 laps in 10:30 pace. Boucher on a 10:29 pace. Let's see if we can find the car 6 of Rodewald. Let's see where he is out there. Rodewald was at the large-scale touring car Euros last week. I think Rodewald, is he the other green and white car? No, that's the 7. We're probably already on him. Jude's probably found him, I'm sure. Car 6? Where is car 6? You would think with all of these huge numbers on these cars, we'd be able to find him in an instant.
3 minutes to drive.
Oh, here he is. He's about to go under the bridge. The first of the 2 cars under the bridge, being chased by Schweitzer. Rodewald, one of a couple of drivers in this race, along with Ivanen, to do touring car Euros and large-scale Euros in consecutive weeks. Ooh, as Boucher goes past a stricken Schweitzer again. So Boucher is able to do. So Pekkanen was in the top, on the top spot, and then Boucher crosses over and he takes the top spot. He's caught up to Pecco just very slightly. He's only 3 seconds behind. So there's 2 minutes left in this one. And we're still following Rodewald, German racer. Oh, and he stopped. Rodewald has stopped. So that's his run done. That's his. That's it for Rodewald. Let's see if we can. Who is going to cross in front of us first? It's either going to be Ivanen or Boucher. Let's go to the going up the hill. Jude is Boucher, French racer, 15 years old, just going over the RC Fox jump and down the hill into the very tight high grip hairpin. Over the off-camber jump, under the bridge, and up the tiled section towards the infield doubles. Across that diagonal jump over the RC Models bridge, and oop, had a mechanic fall over with Rodewald's car, but he's fine. He's not hurt or anything. Boucher and Ivanen swapping the top spots, but Pecco is on pace to actually win this one. So we're going to find Pecco now. He's the green car about to come over the second of the infield jumps. He's actually got Vaselli just behind him as he's going over the bridge. Vaselli, I think, has just let him past. Haven't been watching him, but Pecco going over the double-double in front of us as he has let Vaselli pass. It's easier to let a driver just go past rather than trying to hold him up, because then you just end up slowing yourself down as well. As Pecco goes over the RC Fox jump, comes down the hill, chasing Dario. And under the RC Models bridge. Getting a little sideways going underneath, but straightening up just in case, just like a good Finnish rally driver. Vaselli and Pecco both running MCDs. Ooh. Wow, just holding back there. Ivan is still on a lap, but Vaselli is finished, so he needs to back off and let Pecco go. Pecco slowed down. Pecco slowed down. Coming over the RC Fox jump. What's happened to Pecco? Has he run out of fuel? Oh, nightmare. He's going to miss out on getting 15 laps. He's only going to finish with 14 now. It seems like the engine is still running. Nope, his car is done. Ah, that is not good. So who are we on now? We're on Boucher. Boucher's coming across. He's about to go down the step. And he's finished his last lap. Well, he was already finished. So Boucher actually takes that one.
Finish 9.
So Boucher takes that one. Pouziat finishes second. Boucher with a 15 laps in 10:27, which is, again, well, it's he did a 10:20. No, yeah, Boucher did a 10:22. In the third run yesterday. Valter, so it's Boucher, Pouziat, Valter. Ivanen still finishes fourth, but only with 14 laps. Then it's Van der Elst, Schweinzer, Vaselli, Fernie. So Vaselli, another finish. He's going to be probably in the quarters. He may not get into the semis, straight into the semis. You need to lock off its turn, Jude. So the next heat coming up is going to have Kraus, Wesley Van Helmond, Ken Volkiers, Grabaum, Trotman, Siltanen, Svensson, and Milima. As we see Dario come across the screen. So Dario's had I wouldn't say definitely a nightmare first two runs, and third and fourth round has both been okay for him. He definitely had engine problems in at least one of those first two runs. I think in both, but I'm not sure. So the next heat is going to be the second fastest group of racers in four-wheel drive. So while we're waiting for them to get back out on the track, make sure to check out the EFRA TikTok. It's RCXme. Yeah, can you believe it? EFRA on TikTok. Also on Instagram, EFRA.ws on Instagram. There's some just cool little behind-the-scenes videos and photos and all sorts of things that get posted up there that we can't play through into the live stream, but just extra cool little content for you guys to check out, get deeper into the action, and get more of a feel for what's going on behind the scenes and off camera.
The track is open.
So the track is open. 3 minutes to go for these guys. And this is just warm up. So you're not missing anything, but you can, in about, 20 seconds or so, you'll see them. Well, you can see them just going around the tiled corner there in our static shot. And they're about to come over the bridge on the left side. The first ones, there they go. And then that's the last of the tile, the steel plate bits, and they're sort of going away and then disappear completely out of view and then come racing right towards the camera. If they got the line wrong a bit, or if they're going into the that last banked turn that's just in front of the camera, you'll see them kick up loads and clouds of dirt and stones. And there's the racers on screen. So Tara, in addition to cheering for Pecco the last couple of weeks, Tara's been very busy. She's providing some inside info for Pecco's racing, saying that he's had some problems. All she knows is that Pecco's had some problems with servos. So I think that's obviously the servos are kind of like just a wear and tear item for for a lot of these racers. I don't even want to imagine how much these servos cost that these guys are using. You know, the steering servos are massively expensive. Throttle servos, maybe not so much, but a lot of, I mean, I can imagine a lot of times the racers just use the same sort of spec servos, so basically identical servos all around. I don't know if that's true so much with large scale. Maybe, maybe not. Obviously, for steering, you want incredibly strong, but also fast servos. And for braking, you want strength as well, because you can adjust how strong that is, I suppose, with springs and nuts and mechanical links and stuff like that. And then you have throttle servos. Yeah, so, you know, every single component is expensive, basically.
10 seconds to the start.
So they're about to start the official timing for this heat. So start with Martin Kraus, another one of the Krauses running. Actually, I think this is the previous European champion, Martin. Or have I gotten it completely wrong and he's running in both classes? He might be one of the only people running in both classes. I think we're on Martin Kraus already. Yep, there's the car one. And he's about to go down the step, kind of a little wide there. Well, while we're at it, let's see. We've got the overall qualifying ranking lists. After that, of course, there's this heat still left to run. And Maël Boucher is, he looks like he's going to be our TQ unless someone can beat his time of 15 laps in 10:27, which is unlikely in this heat. And then we've got Puziat Ivanin in third overall with a 0, a 4, and a 5 as a backup. So 0 and the 4 are the ones that count. Schweitzer finishing also on 4 points, but with a second and a second. So the Pecco's 0-point result of TQing a round puts him ahead of Schweitzer. Schweitzer kind of had a nightmare that last round. Rodewald in 5th. Vaselli in 6th. So he's survived pretty much. Volter from France in 7th. Van Helmen from the Netherlands in 8th. Van der Elst. And then Valkiers. Van der Elst and Valkiers are both in this. Sorry, no, Van der Elst was in the last one. So Valkiers is in this one. So we followed Martin Kraus for a bit. Let's find car 3 of Ken Valkiers, who has a chance of moving up the results. He's currently in 10th. Let's see, I think, are we on Valkiers now? There's lots of dust now, so I can't see quite as far as I was able to. So it's the car 4 and 1. Valkiers is in the 3. Number 4 car is Dan Krabam and Martin Kraus. Where's the car 3 at? We're already on him. That is, flags are in the way. That's the car 7. Car 3 is the red and white car, just going down the step. There we are. It's always a race. Ooh, car completely on its side there in the banking. So this is Ken Valkiers, who is our previous, one of our many previous European champions in two-wheel drive that are in this group now. He won last time in 2017, and he's currently leading this heat. He's on a 10:29 pace, actually, after 4 laps. He's not doing too bad. If he can stay on all 4 tires and keep going quick and just a little bit quicker and stay out of trouble, he could take this. He's just crossed over. He's gone a little bit slower now. He's on a 10:30 pace. He needs to speed it up to beat Boucher's time of 10:27. So that's 3 seconds over 10 laps. So that's not a lot of time, but you have to nibble away at these things if you're one of these top racers. He's about to go over the RC Models Bridge and hope that he's not being held up by the car 4 of Grabam. He gets past him around the banking. Valkiers has just popped up in the top, so 10:33. So, yeah, it's the time's getting a little bit slower now as he's getting held up in traffic. But let's see what he does on a clear lap now. This goes under the bridge and over the tile section. Race is half over. So, nice little drift there from the car in front, but he's holding him up now. Referees, can't hear any rostrum speakers, so I don't know if they're not calling traffic. I mean, earlier in the week, they were. Now he's let him by. He should have let him by about 2 laps ago. Actually, Krabam is running second overall, so he's not doing too slow himself, but he was very slightly holding up Valkiers. He's still on the top step, Valkiers, but he has slowed down. We'll follow him for another complete lap. Getting sideways, and then he lets Krabam pass again. So I think Krabam is, without any referee announcement, Krabam's just going to say, well, you let me pass again, so I'm just going to go. And if you catch up to me, then I'll think about letting you pass. Because Valkiers is just not able to pull away when he does get in front of Krabam. These guys running second and first in the timing as we're looking at them. Krabom in the leading of these cars in the pink car. Valkyrs in the white and red car. So Krabom. I mean, these two, we're just sticking with these two because these are the top two runners. Valkyrs still in the top. I mean, Dan is running basically a lap down behind behind Valkyr. So there he goes. He lets him pass. But let's see if Valkyrs can make no mistakes while he makes a little bit of a gap here, because he goes wide. And then Krabom has to slow himself down and mess up his own racing line. See if he's able to make a gap as it goes, both cars doing the doubles and over the banking and under the line again. So 10:37 for Valkyrs. I don't think he's going to be troubling the top pole man of Boucher. So basically, I think the overnight TQs are going to remain our overall TQs of Boucher in the four-wheel drive buggy class, which is the class we're watching right now. Ian Audi in short course, which is also four-wheel drive in this case. And in two-wheel drive, Peter Hartman TQing 2 rounds to secure the top spot. So Valkyrs looks like he's finally made a bit of a gap away from Krabom. So we'll follow him for one more lap, and then we'll move on to another car, because it doesn't look like he's in the top. He's already in the top 10, but we're following him to see if he could back up this early pace, and he just was not able to get away from Krabom for long enough to make a safe lap, or a quick lap, I should say. So he was on a 10:37, and he's improved that to a 10:36. There's 1 minute left. We've basically stuck with Valkyrs and Krabom the entire time. So where's the car 6? Car 6. Are we already on him? I think we are. Yes, car 6 of Jarno Siltanen. Tara not making it easy for us. We're following the Finnish racers when we can. And then you're also cheering on Wesley and Melanie. So Melanie, one of the, I think, one of 2 lady racers who are racing with us. Let us see the family groups, whether mother and son, father and daughter, husband and wife. Love to see mixes of families attending these races. They are generally quite family-friendly affairs. Melanie Trotman in the car 5, if she hasn't crossed already. Oh yeah, she's just about to come across underneath us, down the step. Very quickly coming in front of us, the car 5, pink and white. Melanie Trotman, she has, we'll follow Melanie. She's on her last lap. Most of the other drivers are starting to finish now. So Melanie Trotman from Switzerland. I'm pretty sure, I know we followed Wesley. He had that crazy line around the final corner, the banking, but I don't think we followed Melanie at all. She's had a couple of bad qualifying runs, finishing early before we could actually find her, I think. But she's finishing this one, doing fairly well. I think that's car 7 of Connie Svensson, who's actually, I think Connie's actually going to finish a race as well. It's one of the first complete runs that he's able to do, our lone Swedish racer. And everyone is finished. So that is Ken Valkier is finishing on 15 laps in 10:36, so he'll be happy with that one, I'm sure. And then it's Krabom, Sultanen, Kraus, Millima, Trotman, Svensson, Wesley Van Helmen not finishing that one, only getting 9 laps. So let's look at the full drive and see if that changes anything with Ken Valkier's and his results. Valkier's, yes, he's gone from 10th into 7th now. Yeah, he finished 3rd overall in this round. So very good for him. Even though he was held up, not made a bunch of mistakes in that one, as he was basically racing Krabom on track. Dan Krabom himself actually qualifying overall 11th so far. Van Helmond, even though he didn't finish that one, he's still in 8th position. Van der Elst, I think, has been bumped down to 10th. So, yeah, good run overall for Ken. No matter how frustrating that may have been. Boucher, untroubled at the top spot. And then Puziat, Schweinzer, Ivan, and Rodewald Vaselli. Valkiers, Van Helmen, Walter, and Van der Elst. So next up, we have 2 more qualifying runs. The lower orders of four-wheel drive. And then we have a nice long lunch break.
5 minutes to start.
So the next group going to be out in a couple of minutes. Okay, so seems like the chat in the chat has died down a bit. We are observing the chat on the RC Racing TV channel on YouTube. You're welcome to chat on any of the channels that we're broadcasting to, but the only one that we're able to pay attention to at the time while we're live is the RC Racing YouTube. So if you have any questions that you'd like answered, probably not from me, but from the other experienced large-scale racers in the chat, you can feel free to ask them there and answer any questions that you feel confident in answering. So in the next qualifying heat, we've got our Australian, Callan Gunn, Anthony Morat, probably related to Fabian Morat, who TQ'd the first round of short course. Tobias Grollo, Pale Hornum, Dennis Zimmerman, Ole Kling, and Frank Haler, who there's another Haler in one of the other rounds. So lots of relations of various types, siblings, spouses, children, and parents running here. So that's really, really nice to see. And a lot of people, even if they're only coming out just for this one event, and haven't made the trip to Italy and then all the way to Austria to do a 2-week series of events, a lot of people taking the opportunity to enjoy the nightlife, the evening life in the campground here around the WMW Fehring circuit, or taking a nice long extended break a few days after to relax and wind down from the stresses of racing model cars. And there's confirmation of the drivers that are in this heat, which is the second to last heat of the day today. And then we have a nice long lunch break, and then we have the quarterfinals start for all three classes. So everyone is checked in. As you can see, all the numbers are green. Those are the car numbers that have turned green. Hello there on a bike. Just tuned in. Well, you've got lots of racing to catch up on. Feel free to scroll back on the live stream. And this is the second to last heat, as I was saying. So there's plenty of racing to catch up on during the break. So you can watch these two races live and then scroll back and watch everything else just in time for the finals to start. Quarterfinals start. Let me get that time up. Quarterfinals start at 1:45 local time. That's CET, Central European time. These races are about to start in about half a minute.
First session to start.
Just going to have a quick swig of this Frucade. Orange and fruit soft lemonade. Sounds interesting, doesn't it? And time has started. Let's see who's first across the line. Car 1, it looks like. Callan Gunn. Good day, mate. I actually said that to him earlier today, so just to make him feel like he's, a bit at home. I'm sure it's bitter cold winter there. I have no idea where he's from, so I should have asked him. Because I'm sure his friends and family several hours ahead of us. We're Central European time, and it's currently 11:24 in the morning, so it's probably late afternoon, early evening for them, or late evening, not sure. So Callan is going just in front of us. A little complex of odd little jumps in that first section, and then a double-double after the step. The bank turn, you can see all the rubber that's been laid down in that turn. And going up the hill into the shadows, back out of the shadows very quickly over the RC Fox tabletop. Back down the hill into the hairpin with that big concrete dome in the middle of it. Back up the hill after the tile section, up a kicker and over the infield double, across the diagonal jump, and there's the second double, and there's the RC Models bridge, and then some steel plating. It's very slick, and across the double-double again. See what this lap is like for Callan, and he pops back up in the top spot with a 44.5. All right, so we have a couple of Australians watching Callan. So seemingly 5:30 p.m. here in Western Australia. And then Aaron Smith pops in 7:25 East Coast Australia. So it's only two hours apart. Weirdly, I thought it'd be more time zones than that. So yeah, I always thought it was a plus 8 hours for East Coast. Roughly, I think about the same time as Japan, I think. Same sort of time zone. All the local times that we're saying is Central European time, or GMT plus 2, I believe. British summertime plus 1. So Callan going over that. Taking the easy line over it's a diagonal jump over that second set of doubles. And early on, it was catching so many drivers out, especially two-wheel drive. And they couldn't decide. It took a lot of drivers a lot of time to figure out that if they take the inside line, they have more drive with the tires sticking into the dirt and everything. If they take the inside line, just because of the angle and the shape of the way of the jump, the way it's built, so you can see it as he'll come around it again in just a few seconds. There's that weird kicker, a bit weird jump. You see the angle of that diagonal jump there, and the way he takes it. He's able to land on the downslope and just have more drive with all four tires pulling him along. Down the step, cars almost disappear even from our view. Of course, the drivers are way off to our right side there, just behind the pit area. So they have a completely different view of that step down and step up section. And there's our... You can see all the rubber that's being laid down in that whole section there just before they go underneath the bridge. Just basically over the tile section and the steel sheets, there's just no rubber being laid down. It's just they're just staying slick. So I'm sure that also means that there's very little tire wear as well. So all the tire wear is happening coming over all this rough, hard-packed clay section. Okay, so we've given Callan plenty of screen time love. Let's see, there's absolutely no one behind him for ages. Let's see who else is going pretty quick. We've got Palle Hornum. I know we followed him for quite a while yesterday. Tobias Grollo in the car 3. Where's he at? Car 3. Car 3 is about to go under the bridge. Is Tobias? Pretty sure that's an MCD, just from the shape of the car. MCDs, Elcons, I think there's NRP is another four-wheel drive car that's running here. MCDs are just very distinctive to spot, though. Oh, is that Palle letting the 4 car of Hornum, sorry, Grollo was letting Hornum pass. They're not that far apart in time. But Palle he's just lapped Tobias, so that's why he's letting him pass. So that orange car of Palle Hornum is basically a lap ahead in the timing than the 3 car of Tobias. So we'll just keep them both on screen while we can, and then as Palle pulls away, as he's very likely to, we'll just carry on following Palle in the orange car. As he goes down the step. Ooh, gets that slightly wrong. Ooh, and that one as well. And that one as well. Very high speed. Just a very... I mean, a 90-degree corner is sharp, but because it's just narrow going into it, so it makes it quite difficult. And then it's also, if you try and take the racing line where you're on the outside of the curve and you try and hit the apex, obviously it's not there's no barrier there. It's just it's not like a tire or anything is on the inside there, but they want to stay away from the pipe on the inside, because otherwise they'll get shoved right out into the Armco barrier, which is, the same Armco barrier that you would see on a motorway or a highway in a city. You see it just on the outside there. So that's like actual highway barrier material for full-size cars. These large-scale cars are no joke. They are very fast, very big, and very heavy. You do not want to get hit by them. So the Armco barrier there protecting marshals and the spectators. As we're with Palle Hornum in the second position. Palle on pace to do 14 and 10:22. Callan Gunn running about 7 seconds faster as they're on their 9th and 10 laps, respectively. So that's more of a realistic time estimate of their racing speed. Oh, as Palle goes over, it gets a bad bounce. So maybe commentator's curse there, but let's see if we can find. I think we followed Frank Haler yesterday. Dennis Zimmerman. I think there's 2 Zimmermans in this championships as well. Zimmerman in the 5 car, if we can find him. Oh, we are. There we are. Yeah, we are on Dennis there as he's going up the hill across the RC Fox jump. So I have a question in the chat from Ralph Taman. Could you tell us something about who is driving which brand, which motor or tuner, and some other infos about the cars? Well, I'm providing as much as I know offhand, but we don't have a list of the drivers, really. That's provided by the team managers, the countries, or the drivers themselves. There's very little information provided by the drivers that's available in the MyRCM link. If you go to myrcm.ch, you can find the schedule, the racing, the live timing, and the live results and everything as I'm reading it off to you. That's where we get our information from. But there's no driver sheet provided, so I can only really just go off of generally the shape of the cars. I don't know exactly what models everyone's running, etc., or tires, that sort of thing. But this, the number 5 of Dennis Zimmerman, very educated guess, is going to tell me that that is an Elcon, just from the shape of the body. The more 1/8 buggy looking cars are the MCDs. They even have the engine sticking out of the body because they're all cab forward design of the bodies. In short course, it's even more difficult because a lot of people are using the option bodies made by Graphiel, which are not to my taste, but they're probably quite high downforce. But a lot of people are running MCDs and Losis in the short course. And also the Elcon Vortex, I believe is what it's called. So we're with Dennis Zimmerman as he's about to finish off. And as far as engine tuners, no idea. The only one that I can tell you for sure is a lot of the Brits are running the Ian Audified modified engines, which he modifies at home in his shed. Car 4 has just stopped out on track. Palle Hornum, Frank Haler looks like he had to pull off. Anthony Morat only got a lap in, but Callan Gunn takes that one from the Gold Coast. Thank you, Jan. I believe that's the West Coast. Perth sort of area. But Callan Gunn and then Hornum, even though he stopped out on track, still finishes second. Then we have Grollo, Klinge, and Zimmerman, who we were just following, and then Haler and Morat finished early. Yeah, we are trying to improve that sort of driver information for the future. It's one of those things, it's baby steps. So next up is the very last qualifying run. It's the last group, the lowest qualifying group of four-wheel drive buggy, which is our most numerous class here at the EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road European Championships. We are in southern Austria. If you find Austria on a map or on a app, and you find Graz, we're somewhere to the west, the southwest of that, between Graz and Slovenia. We actually stayed the other night in Slovenia. It's quite nice. The landscape is very much the same. The language, utterly different. But quite nice little area. Say in the capital city of Ljubljana. Okay. So some more geographical information for me. Thank you very much. Gold Coast is the east coast of Australia. So not Perth, but the east coast. Sorry, my Australian geography extends to, I think, New South Wales is the northern part, which is a bit weird. Is that right? Or is that Victoria? I could just answer all these questions by looking at a map, I know, but it's more fun to kind of think it out loud and have all the Australians go, no, 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 you're thinking completely wrong place. Tasmania is in the middle of Australia, isn't it? No, I know that's on the south, off the south. So I roughly know where Melbourne is, very roughly know where Sydney is. Perth I know is on the east, or west. Have some family. I know there's a thing called Google Maps, but that's not as fun, is it?
You even do a geography-based quiz every day.
I do Wordle every day, roughly, when I have the energy. I haven't done it the last week or so.
Lazy.
It is lazy, isn't it? But there's tiredness as well. But that only is the country. It's not like, here's a geography quiz about Australia. It's just countries. So, like, the Solomon Islands and the Guam and stuff like that. It's the Pacific Islanders is quite a lot of. Is he asking what am I on about? Probably. Yeah, I would give up listening too. Canberra, Australia here, also East Coast. We have so many Australians in the chat. And what do we say to our Australian viewers, Matt? 1, 2, 3.
3 minutes to start. The track
G'day.
is open.
1, 2, 3, g'day. 1, 2, 3, g'day. G'day, mate. Right? I don't know, because I'm counting you in. You're just looking at me blankly while I'm counting you in. Sorry, it's been a very long qualifying, and it's been very hot. And even though loaded up with Frucade and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, last qualifying run on the track now. You can see the cars. In this one, we've got Visa Sarja, Michael Thompson, Boris Lass, Christian Paul Benstrup Williams, who had a cheerleader in the chat yesterday, Christian Shimsky, Leon Satchel, and Peter Schmidt, who I'm not sure has actually run. See, we have a response. G'day. Someone put g'day back in the chat. G'day. See, someone put... And another one. We have 2 g'days back at you. Back at us. Yeah, let's put a shrimp on the Barbie and compare knife sizes. And catch a crocodile. All the stereotypes. All the stereotypes. Get attacked by a shark while we're surfing. Everything. What else is there? Obviously, jump out of the window of a moving car onto a fuel carrying triple stack long load lorry. We have to get in all the stereotypes because we only have the one Australian here. At the Worlds in a few weeks' time, we're expecting to see Kyle McBride, I think, also from Australia. He was taking part in our live finals day coverage that we did from Portugal a few weeks back. It was good to chat with Kyle and get some quite cool insight from him before he headed off to a club race. So yes, we will be at the Worlds. Someone was asking us if we were going to be at the Worlds. We're physically going to be at the Worlds and broadcasting from there with all sorts of awesome stuff and great video and photo content. It'll be quite good. So everyone is checked in for this race. The time hasn't actually started yet. So Racers are just crossing over the line to start their very first laps. So we'll let them settle down a bit. And I believe we're on the car number 1 as they're going up the road towards the RC Fox jump at the back of the track. You can see some people hanging over the balcony that's there. It's car number 1 of Sarja from Finland. Tara, I hope you're still watching because this is the last Finnish racer that's doing their qualifying right now. Oh, it's, well, a good bounce, but a still unlucky crash, and then getting stuck up with another car. Taking the doubles okay, though. All right, so first drivers are starting to cross over the line. Sarja, that was a 53-second lap for Sarja and a 54-second lap for Lass as they both got tangled up with each other. So 10 seconds longer lap time than Leon Satchel, our current leader, after one lap. So it gives an indication of what sort of, how much time these sorts of little mishaps and little dink crashes cost these racers as they're coming across. Oh, I thought of another one. Fair dinkum. That's like everyone says fair dinkum, right? Avcast Stevie says, I still have a V8 Interceptor. I have a bunch, but they're all like Hot Wheel size.
8 minutes to drive.
I've yet to see like even a replica one at a car show. I'm sure they're around in the UK. Love a good supercharged V8. There's no replacement for displacement. So Sarja coming over the double on the infield, over that diagonal jump. Oh, and not quite landing that well. Slows right down. Let's see if we can find the car 4 of Williams. Currently in the lead still, even after a couple of laps. I think, no, that's not our Red Bull car, but the second of the two cars going underneath the bridge now. The white, red, and gray. That's pretty much the Danish colors, isn't it? Which is handy because that's where Christian Paul Benstrup Williams is from. One of our many Danish racers here. And their neighbors, the Dutch, a big Dutchy army. Chase down that white car. I think that's Shimsky, who is trading. They're trading the lead together. These two that are together. The white car. Oh, nasty crash. At least landed on the wheels. Let's move up one car to the white car, the number 5. Just going over the tiles. There we go. That is Christian Shimsky from Germany. I think won this qualifying heat. It's not going to do all that great there. You see how much faster doing the doubles is. See Williams flying past Shimsky. Let's get back to Shimsky because the number 4. No, just going into the 9. Yep, them. Sorry. Sorry, moving the camera around quite a bit. Because, oh, there's so much. That is not a good place to crash. Where's the marshal coming out to rescue? Williams is fast, but he likes to crash at that corner. Or it's not even the corner, just coming off the jump. It's a relatively easy jump. Maybe he's just letting off the gas in the middle of the air. It's kind of hard to see. There's another one crashing over the RC Fox jump in the background. See that kind of speed that you get. I don't know why Christian isn't going over the taking those as doubles. You're just so much faster.
5 minutes to drive.
Like here. It's more telling on the infield, I suppose, not instead of these final double-doubles. You see what he does over here? Yeah, he lands that just fine that time. It's a bit squirrely. Tail happy. His wing is crooked as well, but that's not going to affect anything. It's comes over the doubles. Well, the double. Christian taking that double at least. And into the arm coat. Christian singling that second of the infield doubles and just losing loads of time and space to Williams. They're both called Christian, so it's a bit hard to call them both that. Yeah, just it doesn't like landing off of that jump, basically. So Sarja back up on top. Leon Satchel popping up in the top from the UK. Car number 6. We're just about to go under the bridge. Over the off-camera jump under the bridge now. This is Leon Satchel. I don't think we followed him. He's going into the infield. There we go. Oh, and over. The one who just crashed, Jude. He's about to go over the bridge. First car over the bridge. First car over the bridge. There we go. On the steel plates. Oh, nasty crash.
3 minutes to drive.
And across the bank. Oh, jeez. That's not a good drive going down the main straight or pit straight. 3 minutes left in this one, and then we've got a long lunch break. Maybe we'll do the track walk during then. I'm not sure. We'll work that out, but we'll. I think we're planning to at least video a track walk and play that into the stream. So Leon Satchel running second at the moment. Williams, the number 4 car we were following previously, back up in the top spots. So there's 2 minutes remaining in this one. Let's see. I know we followed Lass yesterday. Trying to find a car. All right, so Jude, the next car going underneath the bridge is going to be car 7 of Peter Schmidt from Germany as he's going into the towel section. Technically, a very wide line coming out of there. Maybe just wants max traction. Comes over the diagonal jump, taking it as a single. 2 singles slower than taking it as a double. But doubling the last 2 jumps of the lap. Whoa, that was pretty hairy there. Coming down the hill now. Into the hairpin. About to go under the bridge. 1 minute left in the qualifying. 1 minute left in the qualifying. Are they going to water the track during the lunch break? No. Basically, they're the track owners and organization are letting the track gently degrade because that's just part of racing off-road. Is the track breaks up, it gets rubbered in, and there's no massive potholes. There's lots of dust off the racing line, as you can see when some of these guys crash or go very wide. There's lots of dust, you can see there as well. It's very, very fine dust because it is clay dust, basically. Ooh, that is very slow line there. Coming way off. And then getting hit by a lapped car. And again, is he still running? He is. And drivers are finishing their laps. He's letting you by. Keep going. So this is car 7 of Peter Schmidt. I think he's going to finish. Leon Satchel on pace to take the win in this one. No, Peter Schmidt popped up into second. Yeah, Leon Satchel is going to... No, Peter's still running. Car that we're on. And one... I think everyone's still running, which is honestly a real surprise. Sarja started in the top spot, but is going to finish last. Satchel and Schmidt about to finish. Ignore that timing. It is just a little bit incorrect. Satchel and Leon still running, so they're going to get 13 laps, both of them.
Finish 7.
And there we go. So the finishing order: Satchel, Schmidt, Thompson, Williams, Shimsky, Lass, and Sarja, believe finished early. Yeah, absolute time is 9:23. So that's it for qualifying. Cut to one of our static cameras, and I believe we're going to just stay streaming, but we're going to come back in a couple of hours, and we'll just talk you through, make sure you're aware of our great sponsors who are allowing us to bring you this coverage for free online on various channels and Facebook pages. One of them is Team RCM. You can find them at rcmodels.co.uk. And you can see from all the logos there that they carry a plethora, a raft, a trench of large-scale, a smorgasbord, yes, perfect, of large-scale brands and parts for all of your various large-scale model car needs. And you can use code RCMZ for 5% off your order this week. So thank you very much to RC Models.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
minutes to start.
You ready, Jude? You ready? Jude's ready.
15 minutes to start. 5 minutes to start.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht denn mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready for the finals. Well, not the main finals. These are the quarterfinals. As you can see, there are some trucks out there and getting warmed up. And first final out there is the quarterfinal A for large-scale off-road short course. We are here live for you from Fehring in Austria. This is the large-scale EFRA large-scale off-road European Championships, brought to you by RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk. So thank you everybody for coming back with us. And there's your drivers. We've got Gertjan Van Medevort, Damian Petrov, Martin Petrov, Simon Godney, Alfie Jack Shilcock, and Rinus Visser. That's Netherlands, Bulgaria, UK, and Netherlands.
Number 4, the mechanic from car number 4. He lost the wheel.
So we've already got the number 4 car has already lost its wheel. That's Simon Godney. So the mechanic needs to very rapidly get ready, or get that truck back in order. So they've had their warm-up laps.
It's possible to refueling your cars.
Can we show the pits, Jude? Let's see what they're doing in the pits. So these are the mechanics. They've had some warm-up time. You see Heidi there in the bright pink. She's mechanicking for her son, Alfie Jack. So there's just 6 trucks in this one. We can see 5 in the pit lane and 1 getting worked on in the repair area on the table to the right of our screen there. Little slower on the zoom, Jude. It's a little fast. So we can see 4 there. There's 1 just off screen and 1 to the left that's getting worked on. You see the blue BRCA shirt clad mechanic helping out. I think that's Matt Buxton. What's just happened there?
All cars to the grid. All cars to the grid.
Okay. So they're not technically calling a 10-minute technical delay yet, because that truck is back out and running. So let's follow them out to the grid. So we can see
30 seconds to start.
So 30 seconds to start. So we're just top 3 car drivers will be bumping up into the semifinals. So this is the 1 quarterfinal A, and these guys are going to try and finish in the top 3 to get into the semifinal A. And the top drivers from there will go directly into the final, which is the main race tomorrow for these guys, the final race. So we're going to follow the top 3 cars out, the top 3 or 4 cars, and then once a battle for the 3rd position starts developing, we'll follow that quite intently.
For 1 lap and then go to the starting grid.
Okay, so there's going to be a formation lap. So they're on the grid. It's a bit like a Formula 1 race, obviously with dirt and jumps, obviously, but they form up on the grid. And then there's a formation lap for reasons, probably tradition or something like that. And then they form up on the starting grid, and there's a chap at the end of the right next to the first starting position who will start off the drivers. He'll be slowly lower the Austrian flag as the host nation. They use their flag. And once that's lifted off the ground, the horn sounds, and they're off and running. So everyone taking it very easy on this one. On the formation lap, it is just a formation lap. So there's not really any need to warm up tires. The engines have been running for a little while now anyway. These are 20-minute races.
30-second counting.
So 30 seconds to start.
19, 18, 17, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9.
He's manually counting down the starting time.
6,
Let's focus on the top 3.
4, start.
Okay. Flagman a little bit late there to move the flag, but we're on the top 3. So it's 1, 2, 3. We've got Van Medevort and the Petrovs. Alfie Jack in that 5 car already passed the number 4 of Simon Godney, who had the trouble in the warm-up. So Alfie Jack in 4th there, getting very eager. Let's follow the purple and the blue car trucks. That's our battle for 3rd. And there we are. That is the number 3 of Martin Petrov and Alfie Shokok. Ooh, and Simon Godney wanting to get involved as well. He's not wanting to miss out. Let's see if Alfie takes these jumps as they're meant to be. He tends to take them as single jumps. Ooh, Simon getting a bit wide there. So we're on the battle for 4th between the 5 and the 4 of Alfie Jack and well, I think Simon has worked himself out of position there now. So Martin Petrov back up in there. Yeah. Battle for 5th. Last place at the moment taken up by Rinus Visser. He's really struggling still on this track. So 3-way battle for 4th, going down the pit straight and up towards the hill. Going over the RC Fox jump. Very eager, these guys. Laying it on the throttle, going nose up. Ooh, Martin getting sideways on the pipe. Simon getting past him now around the off-camber corner.
15 minutes to drive.
Getting very loose on the tiles. Oh, there we go. There's a double to get past Alfie Jack. That's a good move from Simon. Coming over the RC Models bridge. And then down the step. Across the line. That's Simon. Got a good gap on Alfie Jack now. Rinus Visser getting stuck almost everywhere on the track, unfortunately. So let's follow the leading car of these, Simon. Simon Godney from the UK. We'll follow him until Alfie's able to catch up, or he crashes or makes a mistake or something. Not quite able to get the traction to come over that and take it properly as a double. Oh, and falls off the track. So there's Alfie back into the shot with Martin, falling over. Simon going down the pit straight. Simon in 3rd spot. We've got Van Medevort, Damian Petrov, and Simon Godney currently in the bump-up positions. Martin Petrov has fallen well back. Rinus Visser not in contention unless someone breaks. These are 20-minute races, though, so they're double the length of running time than these guys have had for the practice, the free practice, the controlled practice, and even the qualifying. So Simon looks like he's going to try to challenge for 2nd place. Now, if they play it smart, which who knows, because sometimes these drivers got, they're racing. You don't race to just let people pass. So you race for glory and to make the passing opportunities on other drivers. That's the number 2 car of Damian Petrov getting passed by Simon. That was a fairly easy pass. It's let's stick with Damian here, because Alfie Jack may catch up to him. You see Alfie just there in the background, sort of 1 lane back. And I think, that was Simon again. So let's follow Simon, drop back the number 4. Because if these guys really slow each other down, Simon has just gone straight. He's out. So that is Alfie Jack into the, let's pick up Alfie coming down the pit straight. There we go. That's Alfie. Alfie's in the 3rd position now. Let's keep an eye on him, because we might still get Rinus. Simon may come back. It's going to be tough, though. You lose a lap here, it's not very easy to make it up. Our first position, Van Medevort in the car, truck number 1, has already passed Rinus Visser. Oh no, sorry, that's the car number 3 that he's passed, Martin Petrov. running in 5th position. Rinus has stopped, so was confusing me. And that is that's Damian, crashed directly in front of Alfie. He crashed out. Oh no, he is definitely behind. So now Alfie's in 2nd. Great job, Alfie. How about that? So, Godney and Visser out. We've got Van Medevort, Shilcock, and one Petrov. Damian in 3rd place. Martin Petrov in 4th. They're separated by quite a big margin here, so we're not going to have a battle of the brothers. See who bumps up. All of these guys trying to get into the semi-final A. So you can see this is the quarterfinal. Only the top 3 are going to move up. So that number 2 truck is on the same lap as Alfie, who we're following. This is the only real battle that we've got at the moment. They're both going very gingerly over these jumps. Alfie really ought to be taking them as doubles. Got 13 minutes to go. Is Alfie going to be able to hold off Damian here? I don't know. He lets him by, or does he? Takes it back. Going under the RC Models bridge and over the tile section. Woo! Slidey slide. And over the wibbly wobbly jumps. They're both just going as singles, because if they try to take it as doubles, we've seen Alfie try to take him as big jumps, but he just ends up on his roof more often than not when he tries to take him as doubles. You can see. There we go. Yeah, so you see how much time he loses there. So that is Van Medevort, Damian Petrov back into the 2nd spot in that number 2 truck. Alfie Shilcock in the 5. The Sonic the Hedgehog themed truck is in 3rd place. Martin Petrov. No, Simon Godney is back out there. He's going to be quite a ways back though. So he's about to catch Alfie. The yellow truck behind Alfie here is Simon Godney, fellow Brit racer. He's trying to let him pass. Or is he? No, Simon's on his roof, so it's going to take another lap or so for him to catch Alfie. But that's not really a battle for position, because Godney is about 4 laps behind Alfie Jack. This blue truck with the yellow wheels that we are following. He's trying to catch the number 2 truck of Damian Petrov, which is only a few seconds ahead. The leader at the moment, Van Medevort, is way ahead. And he's got no troubles at all. As long as his truck keeps running for the next 10 minutes and 49 seconds, he'll be fine. And he will be bumping up. And actually, at the moment, Alfie will be as well. So it's Van Medevort, Damian Petrov, and Alfie Jack Shilcock going to be bumping up. So there's all sorts of things that could be an issue. It could be a low engine power, I should say. Maybe a bad clutch, or just no grip in the tires or suspension settings. We don't know exactly what might be the issue. Alfie Jack trying the double there. I think it's just getting the right line to have the proper amount of speed and grip to get over the jumps to make them a double. We had a track walk earlier, so we'll be playing that in, I believe, tomorrow sometime. And it's quite interesting, actually, doing a proper walk around the track. You can see where all the the track's breaking up, and some actually some humps and dips that you can't actually see on the camera. So it'll be very interesting to get nice up-close views of these. There's Simon Godney. He's now caught up to Alfie Jack again. They go around the tile hairpin. Now Simon is in no danger of, I mean, he can certainly pass Alfie and not worry Alfie at all. You might be getting a slight bit of coaching there from his mother. I'm not sure if these guys are using headsets. I don't think so. I know in large scale touring car they're allowed to, and 8th buggy, so I don't see why large scale off-road wouldn't allow them. But I suppose someone would frown on having too much coaching, but surely he must recognize that Godney is several laps behind, and there's no way he's going to be able to make up the 4 or 5 laps that he is behind Alfie Jack. So at the moment, Alfie Jack is not in any danger at all. The truck number 3 of Petrov is nowhere near him on track. Is about 20 or 30 seconds behind him. So Alfie Jack getting some good exposure for his Sonic the Hedgehog themed body. 8 minutes left in this one. 12 down, 8 to go. Oh, and our leader's just gone off the end of the track. Now he's gone backwards on the track. But only briefly. Oh, is this truck 3 Petrov about to... No, he's on its side. No, he's fine. Now, the other Petrov has passed him. So no real battles on track now. So we're going to, I think, move to the second place truck of number 2 Petrov, the green truck about to go underneath the bridge. This is our second place of Damian Petrov. Directly behind him on track, but a lap or so down at least, is Martin Petrov. I think they're brothers. I haven't actually seen them on the driver's stand because the only time I've ever seen them is on their trucks when they're driving. And our leader's upside down again. So he's not far ahead of Damian. Only just about 10 seconds. So a few more sort of mental fades like that. And our leader's going to be having a battle for the lead with Damian, who we're with. We need to be on Damian, Jude. There we go. Car number 2. So again, this is the short course 1/4 final A here in Austria at the WMW Fehring Racing Circuit. Brought to you live by RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk. Thank you very much to both of our sponsors for allowing us to bring you this coverage for free, live, and available to rewatch as many times as you want in the future. As Damian comes around the hairpin and over the off-camber corner. The other Damian, Martin, is that purple truck that just flashed in the screen behind him. We're focused on Damian, though. He comes over the RC Models bridge. So just 5 minutes left. We're with our second place driver in this final. This is the 1/4 final. We're done with qualifying. Some drivers, the top 14 drivers in each class have qualified directly into the semifinal. So even our TQ drivers of Ian Audi, Maël Boucher, and Petter Hartmann, they all have to do well enough in the semifinals to get into the final, into the big show tomorrow afternoon. Oh, see, he's catching up to. Let's move forward one truck to our leader, the white and orange truck with the white wheels, nice and bright. That's our leader of Gertjan van Medevort. Sorry, not Vandenmort, Van Medevort. So you can see how close that truck of Damian is behind him. We're not far from a battle for the lead. There's only 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in this one. So if Van Medevort but Damian also crashes at about the same time, but just a few seconds behind. So as long as Van Medevort can keep it going in the right direction, he'll be okay. Simon Godney making another pass on Damian. Again, he's several laps down. He's on his 16th lap. Damian is on his 20th. So
3 minutes to drive.
that's a bit of a Scandinavian flick there. There's an interesting approach to that tile section. It's very, very slick there, as you'll see from the track walk that we're going to show tomorrow. And just before the bridge is also more of that tile section, so it is quite slick there. Ooh, that's not the greatest of bounces coming off. You can see how some of these drivers, for 10 or 15 minutes, they're doing fine, and then they start to get, oh wow, this is actually really tiring, because they're driving double the length of time that they're used to for the past 4 days. These drivers have been here since Monday with open practice and then controlled practice and then 4 rounds of qualifying. All of that is each one of those 10-minute runs. So Van Medevort taking it pretty gentle. That green truck quite a ways behind him now. I think about 10 or 15 seconds. There's 1:45 left. Oh, and Medevort rolls it. He still rolls it. But he's fine. He's fine. He's okay. Don't worry about him. He's all right. He's going to almost certainly bump up unless something catastrophic happens and he breaks or something like that. We haven't actually seen any breakages, unless possibly Visser, who was running last in this. He started last anyway. I'm not sure what happened to him, so hopefully he's got some more holiday time booked here in sunny Austria. Lovely part of the world and a great place to have a tour around. Lots of castles and hot baths, hot springs. Van Medevort coming up on Alfie to lap him. So it shows you the relative pace. It's taken almost 20 minutes for Van Medevort to catch up to Alfie. Alfie Jack, sorry. Oh, beached. Now these cars, I believe they should be able to run for 30 minutes, but depends on the how eager they are on the throttle. All right, so that is it. That's Van Medevort taking the win. Alfie Jack in the same shot taking third, and just behind them is Damian Petrov taking second. So there's our first 3 to bump up. Van Medevort Damian Petrov and Alfie Jack Shilcock to bump up. So they will be joining the drivers in the semifinal, which will kick off tomorrow.
Race finished.
And we've got slightly longer break time between each of these races now. So just to let you know what the timing is. The quarterfinal B for short course will kick off at 2:20 local time. That's Central European time. 2:20. So that is in about 10 minutes. Yes, indeed. Well done, Alfie. It's pretty good from him. Pretty good result, I would say, going into the semis. His mother, Heidi, also in the semis. She qualified directly into the semis. I'm not sure if she's in the A or the B. If she's in the A, then there might be possibly some issues. Well, there's going to be, even if they're in the B, there's going to be some issues because one would have to be marshalling for the other, technically. But there's enough of a large enough British team.
So you got through to the semis.
So we got 10 minutes. So we'll just have a wee bit of a break, and while we have a drink, and Matt will be off to, I believe, catch Alfie Jack before he gets out to his marshalling position. He was in the car 5. I think Matt Buxton is going to be marshalling for Alfie because he's running out there in the heat in a black shirt, wearing also a high-vis vest.
He's a bit small. He's smaller than the cars.
Okay, we're only live. That's fine. Hot mic. So just to mention them now before I forget, in the quarterfinal B for a short course, we've got Andrew Spence, Martin Fitzpatrick, both from the UK. From the Netherlands, we've got Sword Lubelinkov. I think that's probably my favorite name of everyone here. I mean, who doesn't love a guy named Sword? Lubomir Mihailov in the car 4 from Bulgaria. Ian Southey and John Hall from the UK. So we'll just turn down the mic very slowly and gently and have a wee bit of a break and a drink.
5 minutes to start. The track is open.
All right, you might be able to see some movement there on the screen. The 5 minutes to go, and the track has been opened. Got 3, 4. Do we have a 5th and a 6th car out there yet? Not yet. We got 4 trucks out there circulating. 6 are scheduled to be in this one. As I said earlier, Andrew Spence, Martin Fitzpatrick, Sword Lubelinkov, Lubomir Mihailov, Ian Southey, and John Hall. And in the comments, of course, lots of cheers for Alfie Jack, young Alfie Jack. He's the only junior actually doing a final today across all 3 classes. I'm pretty sure he's going to be top junior in the short course group. But he certainly made it into the semifinals, so good on him. He didn't have a good qualifying. I think he had a lot of trouble getting over the jumps, as I was saying, in practice. Yeah, so that's, I think, just confidence in making those jumps is what forced him to do most of them as singles, especially these ones that you can see on screen. These ones where the truck's coming right at us. Yeah, that truck just gone into the pit area. Definitely sounding very weird. So, with 5 minutes to go, the trucks are released onto the track to do their warm-ups, and then they're called into the pit, and so they can get refueled. And then they drive themselves out to the starting grid, and as we saw in the last race, the race director instructs them to do 1 formation lap. So they do 1 more lap, get back onto the starting grid, just kind of like in Formula 1. When they're all on the grid, the mechanics and everybody step back and they drive off. And then they are sent off on their way. So again, top 3 of each one of the quarterfinals that we're watching today get to bump up into the semifinals. So there's 7 drivers. 7 drivers in each of the semifinals. And the race director.
Listen to me and look to me. Hello, so here I am a race director. You leave the pit and go for 1 lap, and then you go on the grid. Is that clear? You leave now the pit and go for 1 lap, and then you go on the grid.
The race director attempting to give the racers very, very clear instructions. I'm sure that the team manager meeting that was held about an hour and a half ago, all of this was explained to the team managers, who were supposed to pass on this information to the racers. That is their duty and responsibility. But the race director is forced to be very, very firm.
All cars to the starting grid.
Okay, so now the race director's calling them out to the starting grid. And as we heard, they're supposed to do a formation lap and get back around. No, I haven't had the live timing screen up. Yeah, unfortunately, Sword Lubelinkov, our favorite named driver, looks like he's not checked in, and he's not going to be able to start this race. So he's had some issues. And yes, as we have the comments in the chat, in the RC Racing TV YouTube chat, come on, GB. There are a lot of GB racers in this one. So let's swap back over to our main camera, who's showing the starting grid form up. There's our first.
All cars to the
That's
starting
1,
grid.
2, and 4. Yeah, Lubilinkov is missing, so that's an empty space there, as you can see on the starting grid.
Ready? 10,
Only 4. Where's Ian Southey?
8, 7, 6,
It's about 5 seconds left now.
4. Start.
All right, so they are off. Only 4 drivers running. No Ian Southey, it looks like. And no Sword Lubilinkov. Oh, no, sorry. Ian Southey is out there. No John Hall. So let's follow the, these last 2 cars, the red and white and the yellow and green. That is our battle for last and 4th place. Last and 3rd place. So only the top 3 racers. There we go. We've already got a pass. In the yellow and green car is car 5. That's Ian Southey. The other car is Lubomir Mihailov. In that white and red. So now they're coming up very rapidly on the car 2 of Martin Fitzpatrick. Going up the tile section with that little kicker. Everyone making it over the double, but Lubomir taking it as singles. That is going to cost him in time. It's certainly more secure, but yes, it is much, much slower. Ian Southey in that yellow and green running the stock low C5T body. Lubomir running the MCD. As they both go over the RC Fox jump now. It's a tabletop, which is much more preferred for the drivers than the previous large double jump that it used to be. Going over the tiles. Back up over that kicker. This is our battle for 3rd that we were watching very intently. Oh, and a roll for Lubomir. They're back together again. Let's see what happens. Now they both go for the single. Nice and safe. Now they're both stuck on the bridge. Ian is able to get away. So it's a nice thing about these trucks, at least. They're enclosed wheels, so they can get a bit sideways and bump each other a little bit if they have to. Of course, this being European Championship standard racing, it's not your normal club race or parking lot car park bashing shenanigans. If you hit someone, you're expected to give the space back. Of course, it all kind of depends on the referee and if they're able to actually see it. Of course, this is the only battle on track. There is a car ahead of them, the number 2 truck of Martin Fitzpatrick, and way ahead of him is, even further ahead, is Andrew Spence, the number 1 truck in the number 1 position. Both of those guys, as long as they keep it shiny side up, they're going to definitely bump up into the semifinals. These 2 are battling for the final bump up position. So this is all we're going to focus on for this race until one of them gets far enough ahead or the other one crashes. And hopefully we don't want to see any breakages, but it's certainly highly likely. These are large scale, very heavy, very large, very fast machines coming down the hill into that very high grip hairpin with a jump right after. And then, Lubomir getting very sideways. So that gives Ian Southey a very good chance to zoom right past him. And now, there you go. See that one takes a double and the other takes a single, and now they're both going to take singles. See that one way to go over the jumps is clearly faster than the other. No, neither of them going for the double there.
going back up the hill. There's that very fast, heavily potholed, actually, speedy turn that leads into the RC Fox tabletop. Going under the bridge and over the tiled section is Ian Southey. Has he gapped Lubomir now? It looks like he possibly has. He's still not doubling that jump, but then neither is Lubomir.
15 minutes to drive.
So it's 5 down, 15 to go. Oh, Lubomir attempting to do the double, but then gets hung up on the pipe. So now he's lost loads of time to Ian. So as long as Ian can keep it pointing in the right direction with the tires on the ground, ideally, and maybe start taking more of these jumps as doubles, he'll be able to, like, there you go, very good, but he goes off the track a bit. It's okay. He's able to keep going forward. You see Lubomir in the background taking him both those jumps as singles, so that costs him a second or two. And previously, when these guys were battling door to door, Ian would be either distracted or whatever and get he would make his own mistakes and allow Lubomir to catch back up to him. But now he's not making those mistakes. And he's able to pull away just a little bit. So the running order: Spence, Fitzpatrick, Southey, Mihailov from Bulgaria. Unfortunately, Lubilinkov and Hall, neither of them starting this one. So it's just 4 trucks. Nice. Nice. Oh! Up on 2 wheels. Has to let the throttle off. So that's going to let Lubomir catch up just a little bit. And down the step and back up over it. Taking the single rather than a double. Lubomir now catching back up to him. You see he's back up there, popping up in the same shot again. Oh, and Ian rolls it, big style, coming off of the RC Fox jump, and now it's a battle again. This is the battle for third. Lubomir's taken the lead here. Only 4 trucks, and these 2. One might get away for a little bit, but then they're drawn back together again like a bungee cord. Oh, up on 2 wheels again, cutting that a little bit fine. Over the RC Models bridge, a little wide there from Ian. Lubomir right on his back bumper, taking the 2 double. There you go. That's how to make a pass in that section. Now Lubomir's got the gap. Both of them coming over the RC Fox jump. Down the hill. Just that one real jump on the back stretch there. Oh, and then sideways. So now they're back together again. They cannot get away from each other. It makes for really exciting racing. Even though there's only 4 trucks on the track, these 2 together breaking apart a little bit and then coming back together, door to door, bumper to bumper action. And the great thing is, neither of them really taking each other out. They're giving each other plenty of space, whether by accident or intent. Oh, a little bit. Yeah, see, he waited for him. It's fine. Of course, we have a few more racers in the chat on the RC Racing TV YouTube channel. A few more cheerleaders for Ian Southey here in the yellow and green car than we do for Lubomir Mihailov. But both of these guys giving us a good race. Oh, has someone's tire just... Oh, no, sorry. That is an expended? A dead insert that Ian just ran over. I thought it was a tire had come off of somebody, or a wheel, even worse.
So they're coming over the double-doubles. Mihailov trying to do the double-double again, but Southey in the way of his landing area, so holding back, coming over full speed over that RC Fox jump, and then a little weird kicker that is slightly hidden, covered in dust. Oh! Is he going to wait? He's waiting. Now he's beached himself. Oh, Ian, Ian gives him a little hand as he comes across. Good sportsmanship. Taking the double. Single. So costing Mihailov a bit of time. But, oh, and now that's completely on his own fault. Mihailov not waiting this time. Southey bombing it into the landing ramp. The wrong side of the landing ramp over the infield double. So Mihailov now got a big gap to Southey. We're sticking with Mihailov. Truck number 1 of Andrew Spence has just lapped Southey, and he's about to, in about maybe half a lap or a lap or so, he's going to catch Mihailov here, who we are following, the red and white truck from Bulgaria. Running an MCD. Ian Southey running a Losi, or a Lossi, as some people say, but it is pronounced Losi. I think Spence just crashed and let Southey get ahead again, so he's going to have to lap Southey one more time before he catches up to Mihailov. As Mihailov is going over the RC Fox jump, coming down the hill. Big jump, that one. And that's, you see that blue groove forming there. Ooh, very tight on the bridge. You do not want to crash underneath there. The marshals will have to literally crawl underneath, or there is a pole for marshals to poke and grab. I think where's Southey has had a couple of crashes behind. Now he's about, I'd say about maybe 10 seconds behind Mihailov now. So Mihailov got a good gap, and that flash of pink and white behind him, that is Andrew Spence with 8 minutes left to go in this quarterfinal B. Oh, what's happened with Mihailov? He's coming to the pits. Let's focus on him. What's going on? Keep an eye on Southey. Southey's just going past now. They're not allowed to refuel, as far as I'm aware. Has the engine cut? The engine has cut. He's trying to start him up. Southey, a couple of corners ahead. I think he's Southey now about half a lap ahead. Okay, so Mihailov back out. You can see Southey there. Let's follow the green truck now again. You can see that's how far behind Mihailov is now because of that pit stop. We don't have any idea why he would have stopped. Obviously, he probably would have felt something. Maybe he had something caught in a wheel or a drive shaft or something like that, and yelling down to his pit man, there's something stuck, can you free it? And then suddenly the engine stops. It's all just speculation, of course. We don't know exactly what happened. But we are with Ian Southey now from the UK as he's coming down the hill. So there is still 6.5 minutes left to go in this one. Plenty of time for plenty of drama. Anything can happen, so we are sticking with Ian Southey, one of a few racers who were in Italy with us last week running a large-scale touring car. And Mihailov quite a ways back. Southey in that third position, third and final bump-up spot. And he's completing his 16th lap now. Mihailov about to cross in about 5 seconds and complete his 15th lap. So safe to say Ian Southey, unless something incredibly unlucky happens to Ian, he should be fine to bump up. And one of the comments in the chat is all caps, settle in, Southie, you got the gap. I'm sure he's heard that. Only because you put it in all caps. So he has settled down his pace. Let's see what his last lap was, Ian. 51.4, which is the slowest of our top three. And this time around, 53.2. So, yeah. Although he did get a bit squirrely coming off of a couple of landings that last lap. 5 minutes left now. And we're following Ian Southey, who's actually got the next car behind him is actually Lubomir. But they're not on the same lap. So you'll be able to see them in the same screen right about now. But Ian is a full lap ahead. He's just finished his 18th lap. Mihailov just finished his 16th lap. So he's 2 laps ahead then. Oh, Ian rolls it. You do not want to, I mean, these things are tough beasts, but you don't want to, I mean, hitting something like that, not only could you break your arm or a drive shaft or a shock, that's a crazy landing. See, he, out of the corner of his eye, he sees Lubomir coming up behind him. It's just speculation. I think one of the rear shocks on Ian's truck may be broken anyway. That back right is just bouncing all over the place. But Lubomir has now stopped in the middle of the track. And the Marshal, I think, will attempt 1 or 2. No, he's pulled it off. He's hit the kill switch. That's it. So even if the flag were to drop now, which I don't like saying, but there's only 3 trucks running. Ian is going to be bumping up. So you got to be in it to win it. In fact, any one of the 3 runners could stop and still bump up into the semifinal B, which is going to run tomorrow. Semifinals tomorrow start at 9 a.m. for short course. And then the B is scheduled to start. I should say schedule. All of these are just scheduled times because there can always be a 10-minute delay called for any of these races. Maximum of 1 10-minute delay per race, though. And if a racer has called it, say, for the semifinal, they're not then able to have another 10-minute delay for the final, if you understand. So each racer is only allowed 1 delay for the entire set of the finals. Ian going so gingerly around. You must be aware he's the last bump up already. So he doesn't have to drive it around too slowly. I don't want to say the phrase Miss Daisy, but, you know, he's going quite slow. His last lap, 54 seconds. But then he could have something broken, and he's just driving around to finish, which in that case, fair enough. And actually, interestingly, in this race, we've got examples of all 3 types of bodies out here. We've got the really high downforce on the number 2, which is 1 truck ahead. Jude, about to go underneath the bridge. That's the really high downforce option body that apparently is legal, even though not really to my aesthetic taste. But that is the car number 2 of Martin Fitzpatrick.
1 minute to drive.
And we've got 1 minute left. And so just about to come under the bridge now is our leader of Andrew Spence, and that is the MCD. I'm assuming it's the MCD truck underneath the MCD body there. And Ian, who we've been following
for quite a while. He's got a full roll cage on the back. Ooh, and it actually hit the Armco barrier. You see all the dust come off it. Andrew Spence taking chances. But we've got about 25 seconds left in this one. Andrew Spence, all he has to do, one more lap, and he'll be finished. But just finished what I was saying. Ian Southey, the yellow and green truck that we were following for so much of this race, running the Losi stock body with the plastic roll cage, which obviously for racing purposes, for scale purposes, looks great. For racing purposes, a bit heavy. So a lot of drivers will swap out for the lighter non-roll cage version. Even lots of paint and whatnot is a lot lighter than the plastic roll cage on the back of that Losi. So there we go. Andrew Spence taking the win in the quarterfinal B for short course. So that's our first round of quarterfinals finished. We've got Andrew Spence, Martin Fitzpatrick, and Ian Southey from the 5th spot bumping up. Nice little battle with the Bulgarian Lubomir Mihailov. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see what Sword Lubelinkov and John Hall would have been able to do in that race. They weren't able to start. So bad luck for those guys. So, coming up, we have got... Yes, indeed. Well done, Team GB. It's like watching the Olympics in the cycling or something like that. So many short course racers from the UK. So, the next race is going to be our quarterfinals for two-wheel drive. Just one of them. That's going to start at 2:55 Central European time. That's in about 13 minutes. So we'll just take a couple minutes break and let you know about some of our sponsors.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht denn mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
Two-wheel driver, quarterfinal, marshals to your positions. We are missing marshal number 2, marshal number 3, marshal number 7, marshal number 1, and marshal number 6. Please go to your marshalling positions. Minutes to open the track for two-wheel drive quarterfinals. Marshals to your positions, please.
So, nice little bit of ice cream. Luckily, there's cornettos available. Whoa, what has happened to that shot? Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yes, you're welcome, viewing public, our producer says. Yeah, it just went like super bright, but yeah, it's
the wrong way.
well.
Done.
Next time, go the right way.
Did.
Okay. People are. I mean, the chat is blowing up. It's like, TF, yo. Indeed. Yes. So, We're just a few minutes away from the start of the two-wheel drive quarterfinal A. I've only just noticed that there's no quarterfinal B.
5 minutes to start.
So just the 3 top drivers out of the 9 that are scheduled to start this one are going to be popping in. So these, some of these drivers didn't run in their last qualifying heat. So we're not quite sure how many are actually going to get going. So here you can see the control tower to the right of the screen, hidden behind the live timing at the top right. And our camera position there. Further to the background is the driver stand. You can see those little specks of color are the cars that are coming out. And I can call them cars now instead of constantly correcting myself, because these are the buggies, two-wheel drive buggies. I'm told there are, what's 5 plus 3? 8 coming out. So I'm going to assume that that means Paul Diver, who I don't think can't remember if we've seen him on track or not, but see the 7 and the 5. They got a couple of minutes of warm-up, starting from the T-minus 5 minutes to go. See the 1, the 2, and the 8. So that is, yeah, so haven't seen a 9 yet. There's the 4. So we got 3 minutes to go. So 1 minute left of warm-up, and then they're called into the pits, and then the race director gives them the very stern-sounding talking to about how they're meant to go out on the grid from the pits and then do a formation lap. I don't know why he's doing a countdown with his mouth. I'm not actually sure that the ambient mic is picking it up, so I can only just comment on it. Yeah, but then the flag waves and he says start and the horn sounds all at 3 different times. So I'm not sure how they're going to catch anyone who actually jumps the start. Yeah, exactly. Do you go on the middle of the 3 indicators, the last of the indicators, or the very first indicator? So there we are, a gentleman with the Austrian flag sending out on the pit straight, directing drivers to bring their cars into the pit lane. And the mechanics will be refueling. So there's our rostrum and the mechanics, the pit area. You see our starting marshal, one of the local racers here, or club members, carrying the flag.
1 minute to start.
So the race director telling them, okay, get out there on the track. So they're
45 seconds to start.
So they're doing
Start position.
1 lap coming out of the pits and then going to their grid position.
30 seconds to start.
Probably help if I was on the live timing screen to see. Everyone supposedly is checked in, all 9 drivers. Got Mark Higgins from the UK, Sasha Koos from Switzerland, Koen Middelkoop from the Netherlands, Kurt Hafliger from Switzerland, from the UK, Darren Smith, Roger Coos, so both of the Coos racers from Switzerland, Thomas Reen from Germany, Michael Schulz from Germany, and Paul Diver from the UK. And again, it's only the top 3 they're going to be bumping up. So in case you're only just joining us for this one, as I said, top 3 bump up. So we're going to follow, if there is a battle for the 3rd position, the cars that are in 3rd, 4th, and sometimes there's a 3 or 4 car battle for a position. And we're doing the verbal countdown again. I suppose there is an option for computer countdown. So we've got about 5 seconds left to go. 3 left to go. What? I'm sure he only counted down to 4. Yeah, but he went like straight. He didn't. There was no guesswork. It was just like 5, 4, go. Car number 4 way off the track. So who's our battles? We've got 5, 6, and 7 out there. That is Darren Smith, Roger Coos, and Thomas Rain. We've got Elcons, FGs, and I'm sure Herman and other models and makes, and got the 6 getting the 6 and the 4 getting past the 5. So we got in the lead is Mark Higgins. Number 6, car number 6 is in 2nd place actually. So we got Kurt Hafliger and Darren Smith. Car number 1, 2, and 3. So the 2nd and 3rd place, pretty close on track. Let's follow this car 4 that's just about to come to the tile corner. He's very quickly either going to catch up to the car 6 of Roger Coos, or he's going to have the car 9, wow, Paul Diver catching up to him. And then there's Paul Diver coming up. So car 4, Kurt Hafliger stuck in the Armco barrier. Marshall taking forever to get to him, not through his own fault, but these cars are very large, heavy, and scary. You do not want to get hit by one of these. Easily sprain or shatter an ankle. So I do not blame the Marshall there at all. So we've got the leader, Mark Higgins, going under the bridge. Car 6 is Roger Coos now going under the bridge. But we are following the car 9 in 3rd place. He's got Thomas Reen very rapidly coming up to him, taking the Schweitzer line, or the Schweitzer line, sorry. Car 9 is Paul Diver currently in 3rd, but look at that. Look how close Thomas Reen is. I think he's running the only FG buggy that's here. Very low slung, old school shape and setup on that buggy. And then the car 2 wanting to get back into his correct position, Sasha Coos. Sasha rapidly catching up to Thomas. Thomas just driving on the grass and not staying on the track at all. Oh, Thomas, what has happened? I'm not sure if that's just avoiding action or just super nervous driving. And we're still with that number 9, Paul Diver in 3rd. Reen has fallen way back, and he's got Paul Diver has Coos right behind him. Sasha taking the inside line. No, not waiting. I'm not sure if he needed to. Paul was kind of all over the place there. So now it's Sasha in 3rd, followed with Thomas Reen in 4th. Oh, that was a lucky landing. Now he's stuck on the pipe. No, he's off it now. So there you go. That's our 3rd, 4th, 5th, all coming down the hill. So Sasha He's got Thomas Reen is going to be giving him some trouble. Oh no. Thomas has gotten past. So we're on Thomas and Paul now, coming over the bridge. Let's see where these positions come out to, because Sasha had a nightmare coming around the tile corner, I think, as I was looking down at the timing. Thomas coming across, and yes, this is confirmed. Thomas in third place. Roger Coos well ahead in second place. Darren Smith in the 5, not far behind Thomas. You can see him in that white and orange. So things have started to spread out now, finally, on the 5th lap. Quite active. Remember, only the top 3 racers out of these 9 is going to graduate into the semi-final.
15 minutes to drive.
There's only one quarterfinal, and you're watching it for two-wheel drive buggy. So we're following Thomas Reen running his very low-slung, old-school-looking FG. Apparently, according to the sheet information that he filled out, it's a 2020 model. Big air over that RC Fox jump, and he's catching the number 3 car, who's about to be lapped, of Cone Middle Coupe. Sasha Coos is catching up to the car 5 of Darren Smith, so the 4th place position is about to be under some serious pressure. Oh, and Thomas. Oh, okay, now we have a 3-car battle for 3rd. There we go, all on screen. Those 3 cars right there going over the bridge, that's our battle for 3rd. So we've got car 5 of Darren Smith has passed Thomas Reen. So technically he's in 3rd place, but we'll see who holds on to it. There's still 13 minutes and 45 seconds left in this one. So Coos getting way out of shape and letting Reen catch right up. But we're on car 5 of Darren Smith, currently our 3rd place holder. And just judging from the car numbers alone, car number 2 of Sasha Coos catching up to the car number 5 of Darren Smith. Obviously, Coos with the lower car number means he qualified ahead, which means generally, all things remaining equal, it was just generally faster over 10 minutes than Darren. So let's see what can happen over the remaining 12 minutes and 40 seconds of this race. They're almost in the same section of track. You can see just there a little flash of green as we're following Darren. You can see just again here, just very briefly on the same screen together. Darren, a little slippy getting around over that RC Models bridge, and now they're together going down the step, back up it. Coming around the bank turn, crossing under the timing loop.
12 minutes to drive.
This is Smith and Roger Coos, sorry, Sasha Coos together, bumping and barging these open wheel cars. You can't get too close, especially over the bumps. Someone will come a cropper over the off-camber corner. They are together, nose to tail now, coming across around that hairpin turn. Very slidey there, very slick in wet or dry conditions. Oh, and Darren is over, but lands on his wheels. Taking the wide line around the these steel plates. Able to get a little bit of a gap. Making the double. Slingshotting around that banked hairpin turn. coming down the hill. Who's this? This is the car 9, who they were battling with previously. They're coming up to lap him now. That is Paul Diver. Let them past. Or maybe, no, not quite. Coos still needs to get past him. They're very similar schemes, though. Just slightly different oranges or red. So Darren Smith still occupying that third position, enjoying it while he has it, because as the car 4 has just died at the end of the straight. It's Kurt Hafliger out of the race for the moment, anyway. Darren Smith going over the RC Fox jump, followed very closely by Sasha Coos. You see how close they are now, coming down the hill. Race referee being very firm with the marshals as they come around the slippy, slidey tile hairpin over the infield double. Not quite getting there with Sasha. Taking it to the grass and now hung up on the pipe. That gives Darren loads of breathing space now. Tim Reens not far behind Sasha, actually, waiting to pick up the pieces. Should either or both, he's going to be hoping that both of them don't finish the race. Remember, it's a 20-minute race. 9.5 minutes left to go now. We've got Mark Higgins from the UK out in front. Roger Coos from Switzerland in second. Darren Smith currently occupying the next and last bump-up position, with followed very closely by Sasha Coos. Thomas Reen, as I said, in the low-slung yellow FG car, waiting to pick up the pieces. So we're into the second half of this race, just 9 minutes left. Who's going to start breaking down? Oh, there goes Darren. Up and over on his lid. So we're following now Sasha Coos. It's the Coos family, brothers, father and son. We're not really sure. Roger and Sasha second and third, with Mark Higgins way out in front now. We're with Sasha Coos, as you can see. Oh, and he's over. Oh, and he doesn't make it. So is Darren going to be able to catch up to him now? The marshal's got him. That's Darren just coming down the hill. I think Sasha's got a broken shock. So is he going to be able to hold off? He's got 8 minutes now, coming over the slippy, slidey bathroom tile section. Can he hold off Darren? He cannot. Reen now coming up behind him. Broken shock. You can see the tire bumping up and down over every single bit of gravel and rock. So that's what happens if you crash. It's not just expensive in parts, it's expensive in race position. Now we've got Darren very closely followed by Thomas Reen in that yellow and white car, as Sasha Coos unfortunately going into the pits now. Darren and Thomas coming down. Oh, Thomas, what are you doing? Come on. Let's make it interesting. Darren wanting to keep it as uninteresting as possible and stretching out this gap. Thomas getting hung up on a pipe and allowing Darren to break free yet again. Darren is able to seemingly hold off the pressure of these guys and not making too many mistakes, not too many unforced errors. So Darren coming under the timing loop for third place. Reen just behind by a couple of seconds. Reen losing 2 seconds while he was hung up on the pipe coming down the hill. You can see them there. And they've got the leader coming up on them again in that white and green car with the yellow wheels. You'll see him come up on Darren in probably about a lap or so. He's got a pretty good pace. That's Mark Higgins in the white and green number 1. Darren taking a nice double line over that. Thomas not taking the double, taking it as a single. Mark getting spun out. So, just under 6 minutes remaining in this one. Darren going over the RC Fox jump and getting on the grass a bit. I'm watching Thomas Reen off camera. He seems to take that one okay this time. So going over the infield double. Thomas taking that one as a double. Oh, single for Darren. Single for Thomas. Both of them coming. Oh, Thomas getting hung up on a pipe again. He loves those pipes. And now he's getting lapped by Mark. Darren several seconds ahead now. We're still with Darren. We're watching him because if he makes a big mistake, he's going to allow Thomas to catch right up to him again. But Thomas is the one making the mistakes as he's trying to either just push to catch up to Darren and claim that third spot. As our leader's hung up on a pipe and Reen gets his lap back. Number 3 car miraculously back out there again, running in 10th, but he's not going to be able to make up that many laps to even catch up and pass for, running in 9th actually. He's not going to be able to catch up and get into 8th position, I don't think, because he's going to need 6 laps to do that. Running order is Higgins, Coos, and Smith. So we've got UK, Switzerland, and Great Britain. And we're following our 3rd place British racer, Darren Smith. He's got quite a ways to fall back. There's a flash of yellow there in one of the other lanes. That was Thomas Reen way back behind Darren. So we got 3.5 minutes left. How about the next car over the bridge, Jude, when he gets marshaled again, is Mark Higgins, our leader. Next car over the bridge. He's come off the bridge. Is Mark Higgins, that's our leader. Jude, he's crossing the finish line now. Our leader is crossing the finish line now.
3 minutes to drive.
Going over the RC Fox jump. This is our leader, Mark Higgins. Car number 1. He's led from the flag since the starting hoot. Going up the tiled section over that kicker. Mark is going to be the first of our bump up positions. From this, the quarterfinal A. Going to be going into the semifinal A tomorrow. All things staying the same, of course. There's still 2.5 minutes to go. Anything can happen, as we've seen. We've had cars breaking down. Cars crashing and braking. Basically, lots of cars braking. As Higgins coming over that off-camera corner under the bridge. Up the kicker and into the tight infield section. There's a lot of infield section here, but this is the tight infield bit. The diagonal corner, catching that double over the RC Models bridge. And over this tricky little set of jumps, the wobbly bits. Taking the double. And starting his 23rd lap now. Just a couple more laps to go and he'll be finished. 1 minute 14 left. He's catching up to the number 8 car of Michael Scholes, who was broken out and
1 minute to drive.
still driving. Darren Smith still fine in that third position. Thomas Reen well behind Darren. Second place, Roger Coos in the car number 6. Mark Higgins about to come up. 2 cars ahead of Mark right now, actually, is Darren Smith. So we might see him on this last lap that Darren's got. There's 32 seconds left in this one. And there you go. So there's Michael Schulz, the car just ahead of Mark here. And then ahead of him is the car 9, Paul Diver, who was very briefly competing for 4th, or 3rd or 4th, earlier in this race, about 20 minutes ago. Feels like a lifetime already. Mark Higgins coming around across those steel plates, down the step and back up it. Over the doubles. And there we are. That is his race complete and won. So Mark Higgins taking that one, 24 laps. Leading from flag to flag. Roger Coos from 6th position, taking 2nd. And Darren Smith taking 3rd from 5th on the grid. So pretty good result. Team GB doing pretty strongly so far. So far, we've had Alfie Jack, Andrew Spence, Martin Fitzpatrick, Ian Southey, Mark Higgins, and Darren Smith all bump up so far. What is that, 6 out of 9 positions? Not too shabby. I'm sure I don't need to tell them to get themselves a beer this evening to have a little celebration. All those guys bumping up into the semifinals. So next up, we're going to have, starting at 3:30 local time, that's in about 13 minutes, we're going to have the quarterfinal A for 4-wheel drive start. And that's going to be Essa Milima, Melanie Trotman, Paule Hornum, Connie Svensson, Dennis Zimmerman, Frank Haler, Visa Sarja, Christian Paul Benstrup Williams, and Christian Shimsky. Christian. It was the 2 Christians again. They're in the same race again, so very confusing. Williams and Christian. There we go. All right, so going to have a little word from our sponsors, and we'll be back a few minutes before the race.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht denn mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
Next group, make ready. Five minutes to start. The track is open.
The track is open, give it a run.
As you can see and hear, the four-wheel drive quarterfinal A is out on track, and there's your runners and riders in this one. Esa Milima from Finland, Melanie Trotman from Switzerland, Palle Hornum from Denmark, Connie Svensson from Sweden, Dennis Zimmerman from Germany, as well as Frank Haler in that sixth spot, Visa Sarja from Finland, Christian Williams from Denmark, and Christian Shimsky from Germany. So Visa Sarja not checking in yet. 3 minutes to go before the race is scheduled to begin. So car 7, haven't seen it yet. Somewhere out there potentially. It is very possible that someone may not be starting. A lot of wear and tear on these cars. Clutches, diffs, drivetrains, bearings. Lots and lots of things to go wrong. Not to mention the electronics such as servos for your throttle, for your brake, for your steering. So it's a very high wear and tear sort of type of RC class. So 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So you can see one of the track owners out there telling everyone to get into the pit lane where the mechanics will refuel and just give one last look over. Visa Sarja definitely not checking in now, so it's, oh no, now they have. Well, how about that? Nothing like the last minute, eh?
What?
So there's our view of the rostrum and the pits. Marshals required to wear the high-vis vests as well as the marshals out on track. Because if the mechanics have to retrieve a car, which is very likely, this is a 20-minute race, everyone needs to be wearing high-vis so they can be seen very clearly by the drivers on the driver's stand.
Guys, leave your cars out of the pit.
So the cars have been released back out again. So basically, they have 2 minutes of warm-up, and then they're told to bring the cars in for refuel, and then they get one formation lap where they're meant to take it easy and not go crazy. Ideally, not brake or crash. And then the 9 cars that are in this race are going to get on the starting grid, which is that road that leads up the hill towards the first turn. So we've got Essa, Trotman, Hornum, Svensson, Zimmerman, Haler, Sarja,
Williams, and Christian. So once again, top 3 cars to bump up into the semifinal, which will be running tomorrow. The semifinal A will run at 11:20 a.m. Central European Time tomorrow.
10, 9,
10-second countdown.
8, 7, 6,
5 seconds or so, roughly.
stop.
And there they go. They're off and running. Top 3 to go through. We're going to follow the battle for 4th if there is one. We're likely to have one. So that 3 and 4 and 5 just going under the bridge now. Well, 5 has dropped back a little bit, went a little wide. 3 and 4, that is cars of Hornum and Svensson. Svensson in that bright orange, and then there's the sort of reddy orange, as Nick would say. And then we got the pink and white car of the 2 now. Has fallen back into their clutches. I was talking with Connie earlier. He's been having lots of trouble. An overheating clutch has been heating up his fuel, which basically robs a lot of performance out of the fuel. And he's passed into the 3rd now. So from the 4th position on the grid. Oh, I see a problem on that car 3. The tire's already coming off. Look at the number 3 car, the red car. The right rear tire, we'll see it really clear coming here. Look at how it's all just out of round and coming off the wheel. These tires are purchased pre-assembled. So we'll see that even worse as I think he's got 2 wheels coming off, or is it? Yeah, 2 wheels. Both wheels on his right side are coming off. Let's see how long he can hold this up. He's obviously losing loads of space to Connie. There's almost very big gap to the 5th place car behind, but look at that. I haven't seen that before. 2 wheels on one side coming off. So this is going to basically end in misery for the unfortunate car number 3 of Paul Hornum. But while the inside beads of those tires are holding in place, as long as he doesn't spin it up too much in the corners and going down the straight sections, the inner foams are going to hold on in place. But eventually, has he gone in? He has gone in. I don't know if you can do a tire swap or anything like that. Let's move on to the car 4, about to go underneath the bridge now, Jude. He's car 4 there of Connie. That bright orange with the white wing and wheels. We'll keep an eye out and see if Paule is able to get back out on the track. I don't see why they wouldn't be allowed to do a tire change. Obviously, it would take forever to change. They use actually impact drivers to basically like very high-functioning power screwdrivers or power drills. I think we've got some lap traffic already. So where's the 1? Just in the hairpin. The 2, just in the hairpin. And then Connie in the 4, hitting the hairpin. So they're all catching the number 3, who's back out. It looks like he's got some fresh wheels. Nothing like spare parts, but he's about a lap down at least. Paulite. So we're just keeping an eye on Svensson. A little inside info. Like I said, he has an overheating clutch, which means it's underperforming, so he doesn't have the drive coming out of the corners or going up the jumps that he really wants. So it basically makes the car underperform as it's going over the jumps. Maybe not coming downhill. Downhill is probably fine, but this jump right here and over the doubles and such, it's just not as quick, basically. So has he had the time to properly change out the clutch? He's singling that jump there, so maybe not. But he's doubling that one, so it's okay. Passing the car 9 of Christian.
or German Christian, and then we have or Danish Christian as well. So Connie was telling us that he that overheating clutch is, like I said, heating up its fuel, and basically which provides less power than. Oh, and his engine is cut. No. What happened there? Somehow lost drive. Maybe that's his clutch issue, rearing its ugly head again. Oh, the Marshal taking a very close look at it. Oh, I think Connie is out. That is not good. He did say he was going to be very lucky to make it into the semis. So who's next up? That's Zimmerman, our car 5. Just gotten past him, and Zimmerman is about to come over the bridge now. This is Dennis Zimmerman from Germany, about to claim the third spot away from Connie officially. He's already passed him on track. The blue, red, and white number 5, Dennis Zimmerman. So we have Finland, Switzerland, and Germany 1, 2, and 3. Followed by Frank Haler and Visa Sarja. Connie slowly falling down the order. I don't know if there's going to be any coming back for him, back onto the track, but we will keep an eye out for him. Zimmerman taking it very gingerly over those jumps in the infield. Could easily be one of those situations where if you've broken a car at a particular point, you will tend to take it a little bit easier because you know it's a danger section. That top left corner, very, very dusty. And be sure you guys, if you're watching now, be sure you're watching all day tomorrow, or at least schedule some time in over the weekend between the Formula One or the Tour de France or whatever you're watching this weekend. Make sure you watch the finals day, as much of it as possible tomorrow. We do have a track walk, we have interviews, and we have all sorts of things. It's going to be quite an interesting show. Zimmerman goes down the main pit straight, up the starting grid towards the first corner. There's more dust getting kicked up there. That poor Marshal. Yes, you have some shade, but you're just getting covered in dust. Not all that pleasant. So let's see where Frank Haler in our car number 6 is. Not very far behind. Car number 6 was that yellow flash of color in the same shot. Very brief. Getting stuck with the car 9 now. Jeez. Car 9, lap traffic. Getting entangled with a battle for the bump up positions. Now it's the car 7, I think, who's in 4th place. It's Visa Sarja. 12 minutes remaining, 8 minutes down. The 6 getting passed by the 1 now. Car 1, Esa Milima from Finland. Enjoying a very large lead, is now lapped. What is that? 5th place. On their way to lapping the field at this pace. So Zimmerman coming around the slippy slidey section. And car 7 just being lapped by Esa. About 10 or 15 seconds behind. So no real battles on track except for the battle for 4th, which is just at the step section. I'm about to come underneath this, Jude, in the double-double section. Just crossing under the start-finish line just now, going down the pit straight and into the 90-degree left turn. That's our battle for 4th. This is about all we've got on track at the moment. They are very close together. Ooh, almost hitting the back. That car 7 that's in the lead, that is Visa Sarja and Frank Haler right behind Visa. So that is Finland in the lead of this particular battle, with Germany chasing them down. Coming over the RC Models bridge, over that slippy slidey section, the wibbly wobbly section, down the step and back up it, over the double. See who makes the best chunk of this. No one really knows. Well, there's a little extra space now, so Frank Haler falling back just a bit. This is our only real battle on track. It's for fourth. This is not a bump up position because these guys are about 10 seconds behind Dennis Zimmerman, who is in the third and final bump up spot. So Visa way out in front now. So with just under 10 minutes remaining, let's pick up our leader, because there's everyone's so spread out. Our leader coming down the hill and into the hairpin. That's our leader, car number 1 of Esa Milima. Around the tile hairpin, up that kicker, and into the tight infield, taking the double very nicely. And about to watch out for the marshal. No one calling the traffic there. It's okay. Milima looking ahead. Peripheral vision serving them well. Paule Hornum, unfortunately, falling from second and third down to 7th. 2 laps down. Well, 1 and a bit at least, as we're with our leader coming down the hill. And that concrete dome that's serving as the corner marker is such a big chunk of concrete. It's something that you wouldn't want your real car to drive over, much less your RC car. So tomorrow we'll have a cool little track walk piece showing the challenges of this Fehring circuit. Not a huge amount of loose dirt unless you get off into off the racing line and go very, very wide. But there's a surprising amount of high grip sections. All these blue groove areas providing the racers lots and lots of grip. And there is our leader about to pass third place of Dennis Zimmerman. There we go. So that's lapping third place. Not too shabby. And not far behind Dennis is Paule, who's some laps down, but trying to make up some time, and maybe with some luck, able to go from 7th, well now 6th actually, into 3rd. But we'll see. There's still 7 1/4 minutes left in this one. Anything can happen, as we've seen. All these racers hoping that their cars last and their mental fortitude remains all the way to the end. 20 minutes is double the time that they were racing before. Paule absolutely flying over Dennis in the background there. Dennis getting losing his eye and flipping over on the bridge. So it's off camera, but that was just a reminder of a battle from earlier in the race when Paule had to pit with 2 unglued tires. These drivers, has our leader just stopped on the straight? Oh, engine cut for our leader. So where does this put us? Essa, not sure if it's an engine cut or what happened, but definitely not moving forward. Stuck in the pits now. Let's see, we got 2 drivers, or 2 mechanics working on it, and we'll pick up and see what's happened here. We got Melanie Trotman, our number 2 car, who we haven't followed all race long because she's been just in the 2 spot, and that's it. She's about to come over the bridge now, Melanie. So in that pink, blue, and white car with the
pink and white wing. This is Melanie Trotman from Switzerland going through the step section over the double-double. Going to take over the lead. There she goes. Just finished her 19th lap. Essa, unfortunately, already falling behind. Dennis Zimmerman about to come across in about 15 seconds or so and claim second spot from Essa. And then it'll be Visa Sarja. So suddenly all changed. What were we saying before? Anything can happen, and it often does. 20-minute race. It's not just about staying on the racing line and minding your braking points. It's about the endurance of the car and the engine. Of course, as we were seeing last week with the large-scale touring cars, the engines were actually losing tune. So they would actually change the performance characteristics of the engine as they were driving because the track was so hot. It was about 40 degrees in the shade and about 52 to 55 degrees on the tarmac. Very, very, very hot indeed. Right now outside it's 35.5 degrees. So that could easily be something that we'll see happen in this race and the next one, which is our quarterfinal B for the large scale four-wheel drive, is that Melanie has gone over, rescued by the turn marshal, still maintains her lead. So that's Melanie, Dennis, and Frank Haler, our top three. Essa, unfortunately, stopping, not back out on track. Palle Hornum, persistence pays off, currently in the 4th position after having to pit and change 2 tires. We've seen plenty of single tires come loose, and the foams explode out of the inside of them because those outside beads on the tires are only glued on. If you're not familiar with this class, they're not bolted on or screwed on. They're not bead locked. Ooh, Melanie goes over. Is anyone there to capitalize? No. So, no, sorry, that wasn't Melanie. I was watching a different car that looked very, very similar. Melanie coming down the hill and completely safe. So we've got Melanie Trotman, Zimmerman, and Haler. Palle back on the same lap as Frank Haler now. And looking to capitalize just in case anything should happen. I think we've just had Essa come back out on track, but still a couple laps down. 2.5 minutes left in this one. So, not to repeat the cliche over and over, but staying out there just in case something happens. That's what endurance racing is all about. It looks like we do have, I think, another tire has come loose off of somebody. I'm going to keep an eye out. I see a fresh orange inner foam on the downhill section. Has come out of somebody's car. It definitely wasn't there at the start of the race because I would have noticed it. It's bright orange. I don't see any other cars that have a... Oh, yeah, it's the number 8 car just going underneath us now. Just don't worry about it, Jude. Stay on Melanie. But the number 8 car has lost its inner foam, so absolutely no grip going to be coming out. There's part of inner foam just there. Melanie's just passed it. And then she's about to pass the rest of the inner foam just now where she landed. So, it's an endurance race. If you think of this like a Supercross style Baja race, or Baja like 1000 sort of race, like King of the Hammer sort of thing, where they just do circuits over and over up a absolutely grueling and unforgiving off-road course. That's kind of what large-scale off-road is. It does depend on the track. We've been to actually rougher tracks than this, believe it or not. This is a fairly brutal track. But large-scale, it destroys tracks. So the tracks have to be made to withstand 30 or 45 minutes or more of racing for 5 days at a time. So you can't just decide to plop a track in the middle of your backyard. It'll absolutely eat your backyard to bits. So we're still with Melanie Trotman well in the lead. Paule Hornum, well, actually, we kind of missed the battle for third. So where's coming down the, just going on the bridge now, Jude. We've got the 6 and the 3, bright yellow and bright orange. That is our battle for fourth. So Paule, at the moment he's showing in the lead, but actually car 6 there, Haler, this is the last lap. This is the battle for the bump up position. Paule's just bumped Haler off the track, not waited. So is the referee going to take that or allow it? Apparently not. I don't know. I think we caught that on camera if there were any protests from the Haler camp. One is from Denmark and the other from Germany, so there could be a meeting of team managers. We'll see. But that was an actual battle for the third position. Melanie Trotman taking that one. Dennis Zimmerman taking second, about to come across just now. And there we go. Trotman, Zimmerman, and at the moment, Hornum with Haler in fourth. Visa Sarja in seventh. Millima in sixth. Williams in seventh. Connie Svensson not finishing this one, but Christian Skimski finishing eighth. So that's Trotman, Zimmerman, and Hornum. I hear some discussions. I'm sure we're going to have some after that race. And we have had EFRA referees come and review the footage, and that was live streamed, so they can always just check it on their phone, can't they? So we're going to take a wee break and be back for you in just a few minutes' time.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach's ihm mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
Group make ready. Five minutes to start. The track is open.
All right, 5 minutes to go to the next and final for today is the 1/4 final B, and it's going to set off in 5 minutes roughly. There's always a little bit of leeway time, give or take a minute or two. But there's plenty of time gap in between all of these races. They don't almost never start off exactly at the advertised time. So in this one, we've got Martin Kraus from Czechia, Anthony Morat from France, Ole Klinge from Denmark, Peter Schmidt from Germany, Leon Satchel from the UK, and 2 drivers from Germany, Tobias Grollo and Boris Lass, and from Denmark, our number 8 driver, Michael Thompson. So just 8 drivers in this one, 9 in the last one. So all of them will be trying to be one of the top 3 racers, one of the first 3 racers to cross the finish line and get into the semifinal B tomorrow. Now tomorrow, just so you're aware, the semifinals start at 9 a.m. Central European Time, and starting with the A, then the B, and then provided there are no technical timeouts, which is about adds 10 minutes to the schedule. Two-wheel drive semifinal should start at 10:10, and then the four-wheel drive semifinal should start at 11:20. And those races are all 20 minutes long. The finals will start at, let's see, for short course, 12:45, and these are each 30 minutes long. And those will basically be starting lights out about an hour apart. So 12:45, and then for short course, and then two-wheel drive will start at 11:45, and then four-wheel drive will start at 12:45, 13:45. Sorry, I should have written, and then 14:45 or 2:45. Again, those times all in Central European time. So British Summer Time, add 1 hour. If you're in Australia, figure it out. I guess it's GMT +1 time. We had a bunch of Australian racers following along in the chat earlier today. Callan Gunn is straight into the semis, so I'm sure they're not watching because they're several hours ahead. So at the moment, these drivers all on their formation lap. They've had a couple of minutes of warm-up on the track. And everyone but Boris Lass has checked in. And they're about to, as they come down the pit straight, they're going to be lining up on the grid. So I haven't seen Boris Lass. So once again, top 3 to bump up. We're going to follow the battle for third, should one develop. 20 minutes of racing Got Kraus, Morat, Klinge, Schmidt, Satchel, Grollo, Loss, and Thompson.
1 minute to the start.
Loss is not on the grid.
10, 9,
And again, we have a verbal countdown for reasons.
7, 6, 5, 4. Start.
And everyone off in number order so far, although the number 8 getting a very bad start. 2 and 3 and 4 getting, 3 holding off the 4, but then letting the 5 get underneath. 3, 4, and 5, that is Klinge, Schmidt, and Satchel. And as I look down, number 4 of Schmidt has been bumped all the way to almost the very back. Oh, wow. Okay, let's follow this battle for second at the moment. Coming down the step. The number 2 car of Morat well away. This is the 6 and the 1 of Grollo and Kraus fighting over second place. And just a couple seconds behind them is car 3 of Klinge waiting to pick up the pieces. We're only one lap into a 20-minute race, so as always, discretion the better part of valor, making sure that they finish the race. We're going to have a bingo sheet of these common RC TV phrases. Some well-worn terms and phrases to be used here. So, all right. So it's already getting spread out now. The car 2 of Morat, followed by the car 1 of Kraus, and then the 6 of Satchel. So, oh no, sorry, the 6 of Grollo. And then we've got the 3 of
18
Klinge.
minutes to drive.
So we might have a... We're working on a battle for third here. You can just see that's Grollo that we're following, and Klinge just behind by a couple of seconds in that green car. More and more of this track is getting worn away with every race. Oh! Massive crash for the 6 car. Wow, that's Grollo. And now, let's see, that's Klinge just behind in the green. This is our battle for third. That was a huge end over and somersault. I'm amazed it's still running. And then Klinge not able to capitalize. He goes off onto the grass. And is that the car 5 is flipped over. Satchel just behind. I was pointing the wrong way. Way off camera and way behind this pair as we're following them over the double-doubles. Wow, how did Klinge not able to capitalize on that? As he's passing the 7 of Boris Lass, who's finally out there, but running very, very, very slow. And dead last, basically. Is actually on his first lap, so the Dane out there for honor, basically now. Oh, now they're back together, coming over the bridge, over the RC Models bridge, both of them together, 3 and the 6. Do they know that this is the battle for bump up? I'm sure they do. I would certainly remember the colors of a car that was coming up behind me. This is your battle for third, coming over the RC Fox jump. Big air. A much easier jump nowadays than it was a few years back. Coming over under the bridge and around the tile section hairpin. Over the first infield double. Over the diagonal jump and over the second infield double. Back over the RC Models bridge. Ooh. Klinge, the green car in the number 3. Grollo in the number 6. Just
on the back wheels. These cars have no bumper really, so it's like racing an F1 car in the dirt, over jumps, sliding and bumping each other and trying not to fling the other car off the track and get called out by the referees. The number 1 car passing the number 8 now of Thompson. Oh, and that was Grollo flipping it over. So let's stick with this green car of Klinge and see if he's makes any major mistakes and lets Grollo catch back up to him. Grollo running an MCD, I believe Klinge is as well. Klinge, no one in front of him to take his eye off of his braking points and the landing, the launch and landing positions where he wants to be on track. The only car behind him is Grollo, who's doing what he can to catch up, but seems to be the one making the most mistakes. As they're going, or Klinge at least is going over the RC Fox jump, coming back down the hill. About to lap the only locally themed car of the Red Bull of number 8, Michael Thompson. Because we're not far from Spielberg, Austria, which is where the Red Bull ring is. I think we could probably do a bingo for every circuit by the end, for every event by the finals day. I just mark them off. So Klinge well ahead of Grollo now by about, it's approaching 10 seconds really. So this battle is really spread out now. The number 2 of Morat, Morat. So the first 2 positions are occupied by cars 1 and 2. So they have, and first 3 positions really. Car 1, Martin Kraus, way out in front. Car 2, not far behind actually. I'll keep an eye on this number 3, but we've got number 1 and 2 just coming over the bridge now and about to go into the step section. Now, these guys are smart, and sometimes RC racers, the wisdom of RC racers can be a bit questionable. So that's why I'm saying if these guys are smart, they will not hold each other up and crash into each other, which obviously will break one of them out, but you never know who. And also, if they slow each other down by battling, they could let Klinge past and let one of them will fall into the clutches of Grollo. So we're following the car 1 of our leader. This is Martin Kraus from Czechia. Got a few Czech racers here. And the number 2 now, very close behind because they're catching lap traffic. Anthony Morat from France. Both of them now coming down the hill. You can just see them as they're lapping car 4 of, that is Peter Schmidt from Germany. So they're both in the infield section now. You got the green and gray car with white wheels and the green and gray car with black wheels. I'm not sure when gray became a popular
automotive color. But I think it works on these cars because it's just different than black. Obviously, I think it works really well for the RC Fox colors of our sponsor, RC Fox. So I'm just going to have a look and see where, yeah, our third place battle is still non-existent. Our battle for first has spread out. So we're just following our leader now. 10 minutes down, 10 minutes remaining. So if we drop back to the number 2 car, just going down pit lane now, that's our number 2 car on the track of Anthony Morat. And everyone curious about what happened or may have happened to the position 3 and 4 in the last race. We have not been informed. We tend to not be informed of referee decisions, to be honest. We just maybe hear about them when team managers are called over the public address system, but we haven't heard anything at all. So at the moment, I'm going to assume that nothing has happened with that battle for third until we get an actual printout of what the semifinals are going to be like tomorrow. So please don't get the internet torch posse out. I think the number 2 is broken. The number 2, who's on screen now, has got a broken shock, possibly a drive shaft or an A-arm, but at least look at that back end. It's really just bouncing around. This is what we're talking about. Endurance racing at its finest right here. It looks like he has drive maybe, or is it stuck? It looks like it is still turning. So all of the linkages look like they're still in position, but the shock has definitely collapsed or something has happened with it. Now he's slowing down the number 4 car. Is he going to... Yeah, the top link, the top mount of the shock has come off on that left rear. And we're following him into the pits, and there's not really any battles on the track at the moment. So we'll just have a look, and you see how loose that top link is. The driver comes down. I think that's the driver. And what are they going to do? Are they going to be able to bolt that into position? So that's Anthony Morat, I believe, working on his own car. Martin Kraus still in the lead. Morat, think he's going to be passed by Klinge. Klinge is about to come across the finish line in about 5 seconds or so. He needs marshalling now. The marshal's a little bit slow. He's right in the exact middle. So he's back out. Okay, so let's now we've got, well, it's not really a battle. He's almost a full lap behind. As soon as, if you can see the green number 2, there's a green number 3 behind him, and that is the new second place. Amazingly, Morat in the green number 2 with the white wing, well, they both are with the black wheels, the green number 2 with the black wheels. He's only lost 1 position on that. No, he's lost 2. Sorry, Leon Satchel's just crossed to take 3rd position away from Morat. And now Morat is down into 5th as cars are passing underneath the timing loop. So let's let this settle down. This is the way it goes with sort of pit stops, even though unscheduled. Klinge again flipping over onto the... wow, Klinge is having all kinds of major crashing issues. Is there a place he hasn't crashed to let Morat go? Not that he has to chase down Morat. He's well ahead of Morat now. And still in second. So Kraus, the number 1 car, in first. Klinge in second in the number 3 that we're watching. He's catching up to the 5. the number 5 just in front of him, actually. That's third place now of Leon Satchel from the UK. So another British racer due to bump up if things stay as they are. There's 5 minutes left in this one, 5.25 minutes. So let's Leon Satchel is now past somehow. Did I miss Satchel getting past Klinge? That's our battle for second. Those two guys in the very same area on the track. Klinge has crashed that much. Maybe his tires have gone off, which is not a thing that I've heard of anyone, of that actually happening to anyone. So, or maybe he's just lost that much concentration because he's 15 minutes into a 20-minute race and they're all used to running 10 minutes at a time. So as we learned last week, these racers, they're running for, if you can imagine in your electric touring car racing for 5 or 6 minutes and then suddenly you have a 10-minute race, things change mentally. And even just standing in place for double the amount of time, it's quite a big change in circumstances. So at the moment we got Kraus in first, Satchel in the number 5 in second, Klinge in third. Where is Peter Schmidt? Because wherever that number 4 car is, that's our 4th position. I think he's way behind Klinge, though. Yeah, he is. He's maybe half a lap behind Klinge. So we missed that change of position on track, unfortunately. Apologies for that. Satchel's now way ahead. Oh, Satchel's in the wall now. Let's follow Klinge coming down the hill. Just in front of him now. He's just hit Satchel. So this is our battle for second now. Back on. So that hit, absolutely no fault of his own. The marshal really should have actually waited. You don't just dump a marshaled car in front of a car coming down the hill at full speed. That is not good marshalling. I mean, yes, he rescued the car, but that is his job, but he did not do it well. So Klinge not able to really capitalize. Satchel still way ahead. Let's move forward one car. So we're watching Satchel now. He's just about to hit that the apex of the hairpin, sliding around. Now he's driving at 10 tenths now to make sure he builds up another gap to Klinge. He didn't have to slow down that much, I think, for the kicker. Comes over the diagonal jump, over the double. Coming over the RC Models bridge. Gets a little tiny bit of air, and Klinge goes over on his backside. Oh, and Satchel does too, so they both have crashed. Both lost about the same amount of time. Satchel way out in the lead of Klinge, as who has just gone over. I think that's Klinge crashing again, yes, in front of us, just before the timing loop. So Klinge not making it easy on himself, that's for sure. He wasn't able to capitalize on Satchel crashing. So I think we're going to have yet another British racer bumping up. We've got a minute and a half left in this one. So we have had some excitement. Kraus in the number 1 way out in front. Satchel in the 5. In second, way out ahead of Klinge in the 3, who's just crossing now. Yeah, so he's way out ahead. Let's go back to almost the second of these 2 cars coming underneath us, Jude. Over the double. Well, now he's the first. The first car, the gray number 1. Jude. Yeah, there we go. Coming up the hill. That's our leader. There's no battles out on track, so we're going to track our leader as we finish this lap and one more for the last quarterfinal of the day here in Austria.
So as we're winding this race down, just 28 seconds to go, we'd like to remind everybody, thank you very much to RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk. It's RC Models with a Z. Thank you both to our sponsors for allowing us to bring you this live coverage of the EFRA large-scale off-road European Championships from Fehring in Austria at the WMW Fehring circuit. I almost said Fehring Ring. So this will pretty much conclude our program for today. Thank you everybody for watching. We'll be back on the air just before 9 a.m. tomorrow for the start of our semifinals, starting with short course, two-wheel drive, and then four-wheel drive from 9 to 11:55 a.m. tomorrow. And then the finals will start, 30-minute races starting at 12:45, 1:45, and 2:45. 30-minute races for our finals tomorrow. Kraus, Satchel, and Klinge taking the bump-up spots into the semifinals. So with that, we'll remind you once again who our sponsors are, and we will end our transmission for the day. So we've got RC Models with a Z or Z. One of our sponsors for this week's racing. They love to get large-scale racers or large-scale hobbyists into racing using, you can see many large-scale centered brands available from them, and you can use code RCMZ for 5% off of any order this weekend. And you can find them at RC Models, and that's with a Z.co.uk, on Facebook, RCM Racing, on Twitter, RCM Racing, and on Instagram, RC Models with a Z. Once again, RCMZ for 5% off any of their products that they've got available for you this weekend.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.